Adjourn regular
It's like
meeting of the city
Germanglish.
council. Calling the meeting to
Spanglish.
order.
Yeah.
Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Aquí.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich,
Here.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji,
So speaking in Canadian.
Councilmember Barrett,
Are these chairs all screwed up?
Mayor Light.
Here. Do we have any blue folder items for closed session?
Not for closed session.
Okay, could you read over what we'll be talking about in closed session, please?
As authorized by the government code is listed on the published agenda. The following items will be discussed in closed session. Items F1 through F7 under the title Conference with Legal Counsel Existing Litigation. For F1, the name of the case is Joshua St. Clair versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ 175-81408. For F2, the name of the case is City of Redondo Beach versus Independent Cities Risk Management Authority, et al., case number BC 674909. For F3, the name of the case is Joshua St. Clair versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ 16478-549.
Pull the lever on the left and the right.
For F4, the name of the case is Brian Ridenauer versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ 153-65923. For F5, the name of the case is Mark Chafee versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ 180-94164. For F6, the name of the case is Meta Mechanical Company versus City of Redondo Beach, endos 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 25TRC V00677. For F7, the name of the case is Venegas Martha Sandoval versus City of Redondo Beach, endos 1 through 25 inclusive, case number 25TRC V00541. And items F8 and F9 are under the title Conference with Real Property Negotiator. For F8, the property is 309 Esplanade. And for item F9, the properties are portions of the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, Seaside Lagoon, and California Surf Club, 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APNs 7503-029-900 and 7503-029-903. Thank you.
Okay, and I'd inadvertently skipped over public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items. Nobody in the audience, is anybody online?
No one on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, city manager, who's going to be speaking to the items that we just read off?
Yes, Mayor. For all items this evening, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For items F1, F3, F4, F5, I think we will have Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and Caroline Beliso, our outside legal counsel. For item F2, we will have Christine Shin, Diane Strickfadden, and Robert Feldeke, who's our outside legal counsel on the matter. For item F6, we will be joined by Andy Wingy, our Public Works Director. For item F7, we will have Diane Strickfadden. For item F8, we will have Elizabeth House, our Community Services Director, and Kelly Orta, our Assistant Community Services Director, along with Christine Shin, our Deputy City Attorney. And for item F9, we will be joined by Greg Kapovich, our Waterfront and Economic Development Director.
So we'll have a rotating.
We'll have quite the, quite the rotation.
Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to recess to closed session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second, all for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, so we are recessing the closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 o'clock to report out on closed session and to start the open session. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Anything to report from closed session, City Manager?
Yes, two items, Mayor. Under item F6, the case list under that matter, the council authorized the city attorney to defend the city. That was a 4-0 vote. Councilmember Barrett was recused from that particular action, so that was one of the two items. The other was the case listed under matter F7. The city council unanimously on a 5-0 vote authorized the city attorney to defend the city in the matter.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you. Could I get a motion to close closed session, reconvene to open session, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, a second, all four.
Aye.
Okay, could I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Narenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich,
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Thank you for your service. And now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I'd like to call up Andy, who will lead us in the pledge. Andy, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Andy. I'm a sixth grader at Paris Middle School, and my favorite subject in school is math, and I love surfing at Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, if you could remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Andy, come on up and get a picture with the council. Well done.
Good job, great voice.
Yeah, way to go. Thank you.
Way to project. Way to go.
Nice pins, by the way.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Well done. And just a quick announcement, if any of our youth are interested in leading us in the pledge, like Andy just did, please sign up on the website at redondo.org/youth pledge program. Right there. Thank you. Okay, now presentations and proclamations. I do have a proclamation this meeting. Thank you. Okay, this is for Red Cross Month. Could I get Heidi Ziegler and Chara Matucci come forward? Come on up over here. Good evening. Tonight, we are highlighting a service organization renowned worldwide, the Red Cross. We have Heidi and Chara. Did I say that right? Chara. Representing them here tonight. Heidi is a Red Cross volunteer locally, and Chara is the president of the Redondo Union High School Red Cross Club. So thanks for being here tonight. Red Cross, the American Red Cross, was established more than 140 years ago, and it was first proclaimed Red Cross March in 1943. March was first proclaimed Red Cross Month in 1943 by President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Every U.S. president since Roosevelt has designated March as Red Cross Month to recognize how the American Red Cross helps people across the country and around the world through its workforce powered by more than 90% volunteers. Every March, we honor the Red Cross volunteers who make life-saving mission of the American Red Cross possible. The individuals across the country who turn compassion into action, helping others in times of crisis. Their work was evident in the recent devastating California wildfires, They were on the ground helping displaced residents. Closer to home, our RBPD partners with the Red Cross for blood drives at least annually, and when possible, a few more times during the year. In times of crisis, we know we can count on the Red Cross. So we dedicate the month of March to all those who support the American Red Cross mission to prevent and alleviate human suffering in the face of emergencies. On behalf of the City Council, we proclaim March as Red Cross Month. Would you like to say a few words?
As president of the club, we just like to teach people and help people prepare for disasters. So in our weekly meetings, that's what we talk about. We try and get people to be more aware of the blood drives in their area and go down and show their support and donate. Then at the end of the year, we also have a CPR certification for all our seniors, trying to get them prepared and ready for college so that they can be more safe. Overall, the Red Cross Club is a great way for students to get more involved in their community and to get excited about volunteering.
And thanks, I'll just say, with the advent of the earthquakes this past weekend, a reminder to please work on your preparedness. And we have lots of tips and tricks at your redcross.org website. Thank you.
Well, thanks for being here tonight. Thanks for what you guys do, not just from the American Red Cross perspective, but from the local volunteerism as well. So thank you very much. Really appreciate all you do. We're up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hey, don't look at me.
What do you need?
Connecting cord. It's mine. Is that my connecting cord? Connect the screen.
I'm sorry.
Is that yours? Somebody took mine.
Okay, now proclamations, we just did that. Announcements and AB 1234 travel expense reports. Let's see, I'm going to start. Just this past weekend, King Harbor Yacht Club the King Harbor Yacht Club actually had a movie shot on their property. So our harbor will be part of a movie. I think it's a follow-on to I Know What You Did Last Summer. So we'll be in that film. So glad to see Redondo, still in the movie industry. I also attended the public safety event this weekend. That was a great event. Glad the community came out. And thanks to our first responders for putting that on for the community to see what they do for us and all the tools at their disposal. And just this morning, we had a sea lion release of 4 sea lions who were nursed back to health. All of them came from our beaches and harbor. So that was great to see the sea lions get released here. That's the second release we've had in the city, and look forward to more. It was a really cute one. If you got to see it, 2 of them didn't want to come out, so they stayed in their little cage for a little while. But then as soon as they got on the beach, they darted into the ocean, and there was fish right offshore, so they were jumping around, and it was a neat event, so I was glad to be part of that. With that, I'll go to Councilmember Narenheim.
Yeah, just 2 quick things. I had my last community meeting of 8 years down at Alta Vista. I had 40-something people there. It was packed, actually. And there was a single seat left over. And what was really cool, about a third of the people that were there actually came from outside District 1. So I see one or 2 people here that were there, I should say. So I appreciate that. It was a great little meeting, variety of topics. And I want to thank the community for the outpouring of support over the last years at the community meetings. It's always been extremely well attended. And those that show up ask a lot of great questions, and it's always a shotgun of spaghetti, throwing spaghetti in the wall, seeing if can Niels answer that. And more than happy to say nope, but I'll look into it. So it's been a fun last 8 years, and I'll get my Saturday mornings back. So once a week, once a month. And the other item I have announced is I did take a trip to Santa Barbara a couple weeks ago, February 21st, I think it was, for Independent Cities Association, which I was the former president of. And we went over a wide variety of topics, basically public safety based. And we did have a great discussion on the Olympics. The Olympic Committee board, or a member of the Olympic Committee was there to inform and discuss about what's going on for the Olympics. And we had some great conversations on public safety aspects, and great seeing other council members from across LA County and some other areas, Orange County as well. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Light. I too actually went to the Independent Cities Association meeting in Santa Barbara. As Councilmember Narenheim said, it was very educational and entertaining at the same time. I think one of the highlights for me was seeing a presentation by Mike Webb, our city attorney, along with Ronson Chu from the South Bay Council of Governments, on a panel hosted by our former county supervisor, Janice Hahn, who I will read real briefly a letter from her. It was so nice to see her over the weekend at the ICA conference. I was happy to be able to moderate the panel on homelessness. Redondo Beach is a great model for the rest of the county, and when we all work together, it is possible to reach functional zero homelessness. So it was a very, very good conference. The other thing I did was I actually had discussions with council members in Hermosa Beach and Manhattan Beach about a potential South Bay Joint Powers Agreement road district where we could together build roads and not have to pay paving companies, where we'd save a lot of money. And it was received very, very well. So I'm hoping to make a referral at the end of this meeting to talk about this at a future council meeting. Not likely that I'll be here, since this is penultimate council meeting for me. I for sure will not be here after April 1st. And then the other thing is my last District 2 community meeting will be held a week from Thursday evening, 5:30 to 7 p.m. in the main library, main conference room. And we'll have food and drink, and I'll be joined by whoever the new District 2 council member will be, with hopefully they can attend, and you can meet them. And so again, 5:30 to 7, it's just a celebration. We're not gonna be talking about a lot of policy, but I just hope you can come there and say hi. And my opportunity to say thank you for the past 8 years. So 5:30 to 7 on the 20th of March. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Keller-Jovrich.
Yes, a few things. Public Works, I want to give a shout out to your department and traffic engineering with the installation of speed cushions on Flagler. I think some of you will see them there. Please slow down. I also want to thank our police department doing a joint detail with Hermosa, Manhattan, and El Segundo for e-bikes recently. Many citations, an impound, and positive reinforcement with gift cards. Thank you very much. I want to shout out to the Redondo Union boys basketball team. I was at the game on Saturday. They beat Maricosta in the playoffs. They're playing tonight in 37 minutes against Sierra Canyon. Good luck to you. And also on the homeless note, I want to shout out to Coastline Cares. We did a cleanup at another home in North Redondo in conjunction with Coastline Covenant. Councilman, Obaji was there. We were cleaning up debris and just things that needed to get done at this home that resident couldn't do themselves. And so I want to thank the Coastline Covenant and Coastline Cares that organized it. Shout out to Athens Trash, who donated a bin. And also, the same organization just put together 5 move-in kits for people who are moving into permanent supportive housing. Most people obviously do not have essentials, towels, blankets, pillows, cups, all these things they don't have. And when you move into a home, it's great, but if you don't have those things, you can't really live there. So I want to thank them for putting those together in the donation that they did. And lastly, District 3 community meeting will be online. A Zoom meeting the last Tuesday of this month, March 25th at 6 p.m. There will be a link on my page, and I'll also include it in my newsletter. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Yes, thank you to Coastline Covenant, because that's the second project they've done in North Redondo. First one was in District 4, and thank you, Jim, by the way, for coming out. And this last one was in District 5, right on the border. And we're very appreciative for all the people from that church who come out to volunteer. It was a beautiful weekend in Redondo Beach. I came out to the public safety fair, got to see the Bearcat, canines, motorcycle rides, as well as the Jaws of Life being operated on a little Fiat, I think, was amazing to see everything out there. And then we walked down to the Kite Festival. More kites. I was there last year, but I'm pretty sure that there were more kites in the sky in Redondo Beach this year than ever before. I think it was the 40th or 40th year anniversary. Beautiful. I also wanted to share, if you could share 2B, please. Not the greatest picture, but want to say thank you to Mike Klein and the Public Works team, because I was a champion of putting a pollinator fountain, first ever, I think, pollinator fountain in, at the Civic Center here. And this is actually homemade by the Public Works team. They grabbed a rock from Wilderness Rock, bore a hole through it, poured this foundation, set it up, and now it's running. Even though the hardscaping and landscaping hasn't been situated around it, I understand there are birds that come in the morning and feed off it, because it's essential. Just like us, we need to drink water. The birds do too. Finally, wanted to say there's been increased police enforcement on Ford Avenue. And it took 4 years to get this, but I'm so glad that yesterday the traffic enforcement detail was doing an operation on Ford Avenue, and two motor officers were just ticketing one car after another for not just California rolling. I mean, just failing to slow down at all at the stop signs on Ford Avenue. So if you live in District 4 in the Golden Hills, Golden Triangle, or you cut through, I just want to let you know we've asked for this to be a recurring enforcement activity there, because it's a very dense region with a lot of pedestrians, a lot of dogs, and a lot of families crossing the street. So I'm thankful for the police department for conducting that enforcement activity. And lastly, I'll say with the election just having concluded, thank you for all the words of support that I've received from across District 4. Really appreciate all the support. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to mention that AYSO spring season kicked off this past weekend. Beautiful weather, beautiful games. And I did want to recognize the folks who help get Region 17 up and running every year in North Redondo, including our Regional Commissioner, Sean Mallock, the U16, U19 Commissioner, which you may know is Mike Copnell, and the great work they do supporting our youth athletes. We have one of them here tonight. Mr. Filippo Casa is here, great young man and international student. So it's a great organization and an opportunity for our youth to compete, gain sportsmanship, and have an all-around good time. So
He's
thank
here
you.
tonight?
He's here tonight, Mr. Filippo
Would you
Casa,
stand
our
up?
youth athlete. There he is. Put your hands together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I had a couple other things I forgot. It's been so long since we had a council meeting. First off, I did go to a League of Cities meeting that had our state senator, Ben Allen, and our assembly member, Almer Atsuchi, along with several county supervisors. The topics were homelessness, housing mandates, and education. Redondo got repeatedly mentioned as a leader in tackling homelessness. So hats off to our folks working the homeless program. And then also coming up on 5 May, Mayor Karen Bass has called a meeting of mayors to discuss how we tackle World Cup and the Olympics. So whomever's sitting in this seat will make sure attends that meeting on the 5th. So I'm sorry, I said May 5th, that's April 5th. So, okay, thank you. So with that, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda? I think we have one
Mayor,
change. We're going
yes.
to pull
Yeah,
H15.
if we could please pull H15 from tonight's agenda.
Okay, any other changes that the council would like to entertain, or can I get a motion to approve the order as written?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Okay, now we're going to recess to the regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Could I get a motion to recess to the Housing Authority?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Okay. So with that, I will call to order a meeting of the a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Member Narenheim,
Here.
Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Kalijedovich. Here. Member Obaji,
Here.
Member Barrett,
Here.
Chairman Light,
Here.
and noting the absences of Commissioner Price and Commissioner Newton.
Would you come up and sit at the dais?
Mike, do you want to turn on his mic for him?
Welcome.
There you go. Okay, thanks for joining us. Let's see, so can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Any blue folder items?
None for this meeting.
Okay, we have consent calendar C1 through C3.
Motion approved.
Motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, does any member of the public wish to address any item on the consent calendar for the Housing Authority? That's C1 through C3. The only one of substance is to receive and file the quarterly status report. Anybody online?
We do not have any hands raised, and there are no e-comments for this meeting.
Okay, so jumping down to E, public participation on non-agenda items. This item affords members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject for the Housing Authority that does not appear on the agenda. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the authority, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Written requests will be considered first. Do we have any written requests for this?
No, and we do not have any hands raised, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, anyone from the public wish to address the Housing Authority? Okay, ex parte communications. We do have a public hearing tonight, so we have to review any discussions we've had related to that item, which is the approval of our agency, our annual agency plan, and the 2026 through 2030 5-year agency plan. So, Councilmember Narenheim.
I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Nothing to report?
Councilmember Obaji.
You skip me?
Oh, Councilmember Kalijedovich.
I did speak with staff.
Councilmember Obaji.
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Barrett.
None.
And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your last name.
Price?
Debbie Price.
Okay. Have you had any ex parte
No.
communications?
No.
And no. Okay. And I have had very short discussions with staff, but nothing substantive. So with that, let's go to G1, the public hearing, and can we get a motion to
Motion to open the public hearing.
and take the public testimony?
Motion to open the public hearing?
Second?
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Are you an aye?
Yes, I'm an aye.
How about you?
Sir.
Are you an aye?
Aye.
Okay, the floor is all yours, Elizabeth.
Good evening, Housing Authority members. We have a presentation for you tonight. And I want to introduce with me tonight and walking us through this presentation is Monica Troncoso. She is from MNS, and she is going to help us understand what the annual agency plan is and what the 5-year agency plan is, what that means for our Housing Authority, and she'll be available to answer any questions you may have. I also have our interim housing manager, Robin Flanagan. She is leading our effort in terms of keeping our operations going during our transition period, and she'll be available to answer questions that you may have regarding our day-to-day operations too. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Monica, and she will begin the presentation for us.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. The item before you this evening is consideration of the Redondo Beach 2025 through 2026 annual agency plan and the 2026 through 2030 5-year agency plan. So just to summarize, the public hearing is a requirement by HUD for approval of the plans that I just mentioned. So this evening, we'll be holding the public hearing, taking any public testimony, and we'll be also adopting a resolution, which is another HUD requirement, and seeking authorization from the board chairperson to execute all required documents related to the submission of the plans. So the agency plan, in a nutshell, is pretty much an item that outlines everything that the Housing Authority expects to do over a 5-year period. Not only does it meet the mission of the Housing Authority, but also the long-term plans, the objectives, and also sets strategic directions for the Housing Authority. And then throughout the year, the agency's policies and procedures may be amended accordingly. So similarly, the 2025-26 agency plan is a component of that 5-year plan, and it reports on an annual basis what has been accomplished and how the agency has done in its performance efforts before HUD, and just make sure that the Housing Authority continues to be in good standing with HUD. The two plans work together. Next slide. So that it's clear, the mission of the Housing Authority is to promote adequate and affordable housing, economic opportunity, and a suitable living environment that's free of discrimination for as many program eligible persons as funding permits under the Section 8 program and the other programs that are associated with housing. It also identifies goals, objectives, as I mentioned, and that enables the Public Housing Authority to serve the needs of all the low and income people in the community, and especially the extremely low-income families for the year to come. The report that will be submitted to HUD highlights numerous accomplishments. This slide pretty much just showcases the highlights of what was accomplished throughout the year. Not only did the Redondo Beach Housing Authority meet, but it exceeded its performance standards, which, as I mentioned, makes the Housing Authority be in compliance with HUD standards. Many office procedures were streamlined. Tenants and landlords were educated, and wherever there was any counseling, that was made available. There was also education workshops that were held, and most importantly, the number of those on the Housing Choice Voucher waiting list was reduced from 4,751 from 2020 to less than 1,000 in 2025.
Less than 1,000? Wow.
As you can see, the agency has been very successful in its progress. The annual report, as I mentioned, it highlights what has been accomplished on an annual basis as it relates to the 5-year plan. And what I wanted to highlight is the score for the fiscal year ending 6/30/2024, which was 96%. And that's excellent under HUD's guidelines. Staff also participated in training for some programs that are going to be rolled out as they relate to inspections. Previously, it was considered housing quality standards. Now it's been rebranded to Inspire and HOTMA. So as I mentioned, accordingly, the policies and procedures for the agency will have to be updated. HUD did want these to go into effect last year, but they held everything back until a new administration was put in place. So the expectation is that these programs will take effect in July 2025. So staff does need to be prepared and trained for when those programs are rolled out.
And what does that mean, HOTMA and Inspire?
Inspire is an acronym for inspection, similar to housing quality standards, just to make sure that in the inspection process, there is a checklist that is, it's across the board so that every aspect of the safety of an apartment is checked. It's similar to HQS, but it kind of steps it up a level.
Okay.
And Inspire is along those lines as well.
And what's HOTMA?
HOTMA and Inspire. Housing of,
So both of them do the inspection.
both of them, yes, they're intertwined. And if you want to,
HOTMA has to do more with the actual day-to-day operations, how we collect documentation, what documentation we look at, how often we have to make changes, those kind of things.
Okay,
There will
thank you.
be some changes with that.
Okay, thanks.
and as you know, 20 project-based vouchers were provided over the last year, and that went to a home key site known as Moonstone, which I know you've all are very aware of. And of course, preference for those vouchers were given to homeless families of Redondo Beach that are currently residing in the city. 12 additional new participants were, that are property owners were added to the Section 8 program. And the Housing Authority continues to work with Fair Housing Services to make sure that fair housing and equal opportunity is promoted throughout.
What's the total number now participating in the voucher program, the Section 8?
There's 648 vouchers that are made available to the Housing
And
Authority.
how many owners are?
Oh, I'm sorry, of the total owners.
How many owners do we have on our program?
Yeah, you just added 12, so what's the new
The
total?
new total, I'm actually not sure about that. I'd have to get back to you on the
How about an
total
approximation?
number of owners.
Yeah,
I don't know.
okay. Yeah, I'd like to know that.
Okay,
Thanks.
I'll follow that up. So operationally, there weren't any significant changes over the last year as it relates to voucher holders and the Housing Authority, the community continuing to be a resource for those seeking housing. And as you know, the potential challenges are just going to be the allocations. It's our understanding from our conversations with HUD reps that allocations will be made for the entitlement programs in the next 4 to 6 weeks. We are hoping that this program will not be impacted at all. But as you know, things are changing by the minute, so we're staying very positive. So again, to summarize, the actions before you is to consider any public testimony, any public feedback on the item before you this evening, and we request your consideration of the resolution so that we can submit the plans to HUD in a timely basis and continue to stay in good standing with HUD. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the council?
Just a comment.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to thank the Housing Authority, all of the staff there. I know you guys work really hard. We're also, I know you guys are working on a foster youth voucher and implementing that. And I spoke with staff about the update on that. I know it's kind of stuck in the legal aspects of the MOU right now, but I just want to commend the city and staff on, finding ways to include other marginalized groups when addressing this crisis. So that's it.
Anyone else? Ms. Bryce, any questions or comments?
No, I'm learning. So I'm not going to jump in with my questions.
Okay.
I'm aware that it is hard for her to answer how many units that the city covers. A lot of it I know about. I've been on housing. I gave it back. I've been on housing. So yeah, I do understand a great deal of it from this side.
That's why we have you up here. Mr. Newton, any comments or a question?
I did.
By the way, I didn't quite recognize you without the beard.
Yeah, it's gone. For now, at least. We'll see. I had some questions on the fair housing. I asked a little bit about it before, and some of the people, the housing manager, I think Ms. Flanagan, I spoke with her a little bit, and I wasn't still sure about the education. They talked a little bit about the education here, and the Inspire with the inspections and stuff that we're going to go through. There's one that says it's for employees, and then it also says a similar one for Redondo Beach residents. Do we have any information on when those happen or when they occur? Or?
I know that we work with the Housing Rights Center to put on our educational seminars and the Housing Rights Center. So what will happen was we will contact them, we'll set up a Zoom session. We will advertise that Zoom session through email, through posting it in the local Beach Reporter. That session is to be attended by anybody who's interested in landlord-tenant type questions and answer. They go through all of the laws, the discrimination laws, equal rights and all of that. And then there's comment sections. And those are just coordinated with our housing authority and the Housing Rights Center, which oversees more of the legal type of information. And employees can attend that, landlords, residents, anybody can attend those.
Do you ask the question because you were unaware of it, or you think it's hard to find, or?
Yes, I couldn't find any information on it, and I was just wanting to be able to tell other people in the community about when they were, when they had it. Just like at work and people knowing my situation and what I've gone through, they had kind of misconceptions about, I guess, what goes on, qualifications, verifications, et cetera, especially the discrimination of it and stuff as well. If there was anything and what was being done to make sure that it was equal opportunity. And I just wanted to be able to give that information out, just educate the public and help them with that.
So Jason, when we...
I only know so much, you know.
When we schedule those, the notice will go out to everybody on our program, and it also is published in a local reporter, Beach Reporter, or the Daily Breeze, so that anybody in the public will know when they are. And then all you have to do is register, and then it'll be online. So you will get notification from us when we have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you see better ways to communicate, don't hesitate to reach out to Director House or any of the staff to make recommendations.
Okay.
Okay, anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I have a quick question for both of our new members here. Being down on this side and now seeing it from this side, the one question that always come up the last 8 years I've been on this council is how do we get more participation from the landlords and landowners? And now for you being on both sides now, all kind of seeing this way more in depth than we can, what would your recommendations be to be able to get incentivized landlords and people to be a part of this?
I kind of think the landlords and managers need to kind of.
Councilmember, can you move the microphone, please? Thank you.
I kind of feel that the landlords and managers may need to take the classes as well. I know that it's probably a volunteer type of thing. Like I did give my housing back and I did get it again. I absolutely gave it up. I was in a position where I could. And then years came along and I was able to get it back, which I'm older now. But yeah, I think it's definitely an educational thing. Definitely an educational thing. I've learned so much today, as well as being on and off the program. The requirements are pretty basic, so when you apply for housing, it may take a while, but their requirements are not that hard. So it really, I won't say it's easy. You just have to have your ducks in order, I will say, more than anything.
Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. I think getting it out, the education, making sure that those get out so that people know and they can see. Because there really is a lot that people think about that's going on that's really not going on, and that's because they don't know. They don't have the information really available. And to the ones that can, if there's a way to reach out to the landlords that we do have and getting testimonies from them about what it is that they had to go through, how it's been beneficial for them, how they are able to benefit their residents, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say this, though? I do believe that because they have the Fair Housing Center and different things like that, that the owners need that information because they definitely do things that are really not legal per se. Like they just take it among themselves. They do not what they want, but they do what they feel. And so I just want to say that I feel that they should get the information as well. Like for fair housing, they send it to us. Do they send it to okay, so there's my answer. Do they send it to the owners and the managers as well? Because there's a disconnect between the two. So what housing says we can do and what the manager or landlord says we can do is a lot of times different. And they have to step in and educate them on the fly per se. So yeah, I would definitely say that they would need that housing updates.
I would hope the new programs that you have for inspection would uncover some of that.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Mr. Nate?
With the information being out there, it says for applicants, participants, and landlords. I believe even with a lot of the fair housing information that we were given here after we had already been accepted, which would be right as far as participants, but I'm not sure it's getting out there for applicants, for people that are applying just right away, say online and stuff. I'm pretty sure there's no information that's getting to people that apply online for any sort of fair housing or housing authority or try to get in contact with them through that online. I don't think any of that information is getting out.
Okay, thanks. Director House, do you have any feedback on that?
I think what we can do, and as you all know, we're in a bit of a transitional state right now in that division, but what we can do as part of kind of our assessment of the division is see what we can do better in terms of getting education and information out there, what type of outreach we can do. Are there certain platforms we haven't used yet to get information out there? So it's definitely part of our exploration efforts over the next few months. And hopefully we have a positive update for you at the next meeting.
Okay. Well, we've got some good feedback here tonight.
Yeah, we did.
Hopefully you'll utilize that resource. Any member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
I do not have any hands raised and there are no e-comments.
Okay, could I get a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
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 Okay, that's unanimous. And now I need a motion to adopt the resolution by title only and to authorize the chairman to execute the required certification forms for submission.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All for?
Aye.
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 Okay, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have no old business, no
Mayor,
new.
excuse me.
Oh, yep, I know, you've got to read it.
The resolution, yeah. Adopt by title only resolution number HA-2025-87, a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the agency 5-year plan for fiscal years 2026 through 2030 and the annual plan for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 for submission to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you.
Oh, don't get down yet. We're still going. Just for a couple items. Thank you. Let's see, any member items or referrals to staff?
He's good.
Oh, Mr. Newton? We're not quite done yet.
Over.
Almost. Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
No, I'm done.
Referrals to staff. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Well, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Abaji.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Barrett. Ms. Price.
No,
Mr. Newton.
What are we asking?
We're asking, do you have any items for staff that are outside the
No,
agenda?
I
that?
don't. Mhm.
Okay. With that, I will take a motion to adjourn back to the regular council meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're done. Thank you. Thank you both for being here tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll call to order a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I have a roll call, please?
Member Narenheim.
Here.
Member Lowenstein.
Here.
Member Kalajerovich. Here. Member Obaji.
Here.
Member Barrett.
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes. Any blue folder items?
None for this meeting.
Okay, all we have on this one is the consent calendar. Does anyone want to remove any items on the consent calendar? Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Motion to approve the consent calendar for the Community Financing Authority.
Second.
Okay, any member of the public wish to address the council, the financing authority on anything on the agenda here? Anybody online?
There are no hands raised and there are no e-comments.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Any public participation on non-agenda items related to the financing authority? Anybody online?
No hands raised and no e-comments.
Okay. So with that, any referrals to staff? If anybody's got them, just shout them out. Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, next item is the Community Public Financing Authority, and that meeting was canceled. So we'll return back to City Council meeting. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Narenheim?
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich? Here. Councilmember Obaji?
Here.
Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. So anybody following, we're back to item G on the main City Council agenda. So any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor, we have 3 blue folder items tonight for item H11 related to the cannabis ordinances, public communication. For item J1, non-agenda items, public communication, and for item N1 related to the fireworks discussion, we have an update to the cost estimate, alternate barge provider, and event sponsorships. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay. Now we'll go to the consent calendar. We are reminder, we're pulling H15. Does anyone else want to pull anything from the consent calendar? Councilmember Narenheim.
I do not.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
No, just to say it's awesome to see that Kingsdale between Grant Avenue and 182nd is going to get repaved.
Councilmember Barrett.
H3.
Okay. And I don't want to pull anything. So can I get a motion for, to approve everything except H3 on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we take the roll call vote, anyone you wish to address the council on any of the consent calendar items except H3?
And H15, right?
Well, H15 is pulled, yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll go in order. Let's see, Rachel Shekar.
Good evening. I live in District 4, and I live with my husband and 2 kids who go to Redondo Union. I oppose the cannabis storefronts, and I also think that any council members who have conflict of interest with cannabis industry should recuse themselves from voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Mueller and then Nikki Vasquez.
This is H11. Yes.
Good evening, council. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to address you. The AUMA law resulting from Proposition 64 gave cities the right to ban cultivation, processing, manufacture, distribution, and retail of cannabis. Well, maybe in 2022, the cannabis business looked better than it does today. So the council took a different path. Well, it must becoming clear to you now, council, that so much has changed since 2022, because now there are concerns about product contamination. There are concerns about the ability of cannabis retail to survive as a business and yield the revenue hoped for. And it appears that the majority of Redondo citizens, just like citizens of our neighboring beach cities, don't want cannabis business, and particularly retail storefront in our city. Now you're in kind of a mess. You've led the cannabis profiteers to believe they have a chance to have their beachhead right next to one of the richest consumer markets in California. And they've been crawling all over you, spreading their webs. The city attorney has warned you that they are a litigious lot and will come suing if they see an opening. The citizens elected you to make these decisions, but the citizens also elected you to have the judgment to recognize changed circumstances and adjust accordingly. I suggest you take no action tonight, that you recommend to the new council that they determine the will of the people given the current issues. Then hopefully the new council will move forward in harmony with the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Nikki Vasquez and then Melissa Deschamps.
Hello, Council and Mayor Light. My name is Nikki Vasquez, and I'm a D3 resident and parent of 2 young children. I strongly oppose retail cannabis storefronts in Redondo Beach. Once again, we're urging the City Council to respect the wishes of the vast majority of Redondo residents, and please don't take part in normalizing cannabis use among our youth. Vote no on the cannabis ordinance. Allow the incoming City Council and Mayor to review all safety and economic data, and pause all cannabis activity until the safety of commercial cannabis products is assured by the California Department of Cannabis Control. Please do the right thing for our children and our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Deschamps and then Mary Claire Scanlon.
Good evening, Mayor Light and council members. I wanted to urge you again to just pause all cannabis activity. I shared with you all via email the recent LA Times article, and part of what was illustrated in that article was what the city of Santa Cruz, their county supervisors unanimously voted last week to approve a resolution mandating that the Department of Cannabis Control secede their authority for regulation over to agencies that can properly handle the safety and the testing of cannabis. And this is because of their failure to mount an adequate response to the testing failure. This is the 4th series in the LA Times series, remarkable investigative reporting. I want to urge you to consider that this industry has changed. Today, the Senate and the Joint Assembly held a meeting with the Department of Cannabis Control in Sacramento, and I listened in on this whole meeting, and the thing that was overwhelmingly clear, other than the fact that pesticides were not on their agenda at all, which is remarkable in light of what's going on, but their concerns over the maturity of this industry, the ability of this industry to survive, especially with the impending taxation. And in the public comments, it was very clear that the authorities that are needed to monitor the agencies and monitor what needs to be done, there's not the funding, nor are there the personnel, nor is there funding on the horizon for that, and that's deeply concerning. For me, as I've mentioned before, I'm terribly concerned about the $1.3 billion in back tax revenue that is currently owed to the state by the cannabis industry. Those funds are what are used for Tier 3 programs. That's drug prevention, drug education, among a whole host of other very important social health programs. And that funding will go away. That's the rationale for the increase in the excise tax that's set to rise in July of this year, because that threshold of tax revenue has not been met. And that's deeply concerning to me as someone who works in public health, as is the public health emergency that this Department of Cannabis Control testing failure is. Indeed, the Santa Cruz, the Board of Managers all unanimously said this is a public health crisis, the failure to react to this. So I urge you to either vote no tonight or pass this on to the next council and let the Safety Commission, let the youth commissions who are looking at this thoughtfully prepare their data and use those recommendations. And I thank you all for all that you do. I disagree with some of you on cannabis, but I appreciate all that each of you do. And those of you that are retiring, I appreciate your service very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Claire Scanlon and then Daniel Nelson. And that's the last written request I have.
Hi, I'm Mary Claire Scanlon. I'm a resident of District 1. I do want to thank all of you for your service, especially those of you who are retiring. I'm here to oppose the cannabis retail ordinance. I really want to urge you as a parent and also as a dedicated beachgoer to vote no on this, or to pass it on to the next council to consider the safety concerns for youth and also the concerns of your constituents. Maybe it is time to ask them again what they think about this. I really feel that anything that we do, if it is passed, is going to cost the city more. It's going to cost us in terms of youth education programs. It's going to cost us in terms of crime. Now, I have heard the councilman from District 4 talk about the fact that there are illegal cannabis dispensaries that the city has had to stop. I don't think that is a reason for us to create legal dispensaries. I think that is simply part of deciding that we don't want them in our city, and that's just something we have to enforce. So I urge you to vote no, and if you aren't going to vote no, to please pass this on to your next council. Thank you.
Thank you. Danielle Nelson, and that's the last written request.
So, good evening, council members. I wanted to, of course, thank you guys for everything you do here, for staying late. I know times that I'm listening, sometimes you guys have been going on even since I've gone to sleep, so thank you guys very much for that. My name is Daniel Nelson. I'm a resident of District 2. I did want to come up here and address one of the reasons that this council has stated for opening a legal dispensary, and that is it will help drive out illegal dispensaries. In my opinion, it's not going to. People who buy cannabis from an illegal dispensary do that because they cannot legally buy it. As long as they want to obtain cannabis and they can't legally buy it, they are going to find ways to illegally obtain it. The illegal stores are not going to go away just because we open a storefront on PCH or 2 blocks away from Kings Harbor. What it's going to do is it will increase the availability of cannabis in Redondo. People who want to buy cannabis will be able to get it easier, and it will increase the use of cannabis in Redondo Beach, including a lot of our public spaces that people go to enjoy the natural beauty of our city. Cannabis use may be legal in California, but there are many, many people in our city and many people who visit our city who don't want to be walking along the beach and consume cannabis smoke just because it is easier to get in Redondo. This council should not be taking steps to increase the use of cannabis, should not be taking steps to increase the availability of cannabis, and that is why I strongly urge you to oppose this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council on this issue?
Good evening, Jonathan Seifel, District 1. I'm a little disappointed to see that the item was not actually brought up and it had to be brought up by the public here tonight for us to address this. Considering you have well over 61 of the 64, last I saw, the e-comments that are against this, people that have come here consistently over last meeting saying that they did not want this. It's becoming more evident that the vote here by the council itself is more to do about maybe what the council wants and what the residents want. And that's very concerning. Evidence has been given multiple times. Yesterday, we had a front page article, the LA Times yet again. You have now upcoming a public safety commission that's going to be reviewing this. We also have a youth commission that is reviewing this. We have new council members coming in. The Easy Reader recently reported that 3 of our council members here are thinking twice about this, and 3 of the 4 of the new incoming potential candidates or candidates of you all voted or said that they were against this as well. I don't think that it is a responsible thing or the right thing for this council to vote to have this passed tonight in light of all that information. And again, I will point to you consistently, the community has come forward saying they did not want this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brad Waller from District 1. In my time knocking doors over the past few months, I spoke to many residents, and in addition to the usual traffic and stop signs and parking type issues that I heard from, cannabis came up a lot. And what I'd tell you is a lot of people had the misunderstanding that the last time they voted, that they were voting against any retail cannabis. Just because it was that we had the current ordinance that allows us to have 2, and that measure was asking, can you do 3? And that got defeated. The impression is that a lot of people thought that they were voting against it. So what I would ask the council to do is to pause this and potentially look into having an actual vote of the people, let the people decide. It's not my opinion, it's not your opinion. If the vote of the people say we want to have cannabis, then I think the council needs to do it. If the vote of the people comes out and says cannabis is not something they want to see in the city, I think that makes the decision for us.
Thank you. Someone in the audience has their phone dinging. If you could silence your phone, I would appreciate it. I'm not accusing anyone, but if you've got a phone dinging, please silence it.
Jess Money, District 3. I can understand parents wanting to protect their kids, but there's a lot of hypocrisy going on here. Kids have been accessing marijuana in high school since the 70s, when it was illegal everywhere for every purpose, the same way they access alcohol, number one. Number two, I think you need to give some consideration to cannabis other than recreational smoking. I personally am dealing with a sleep disorder. I've had an overnight sleep study. I've been to several doctors. I got 2 more appointments. I use CBD gummies to help me get to sleep at night. There are people that smoke cannabis for glaucoma. There are people that take it to combat the side effects of chemotherapy. And I think it's probably likely that 50% of the employees in this city, and perhaps some people on the current or former councils, have toked up at times. So let's be honest here. We're not talking about a capital offense, okay? And personally, I would rather be able to drive over to Artesia Boulevard or the Galleria or someplace like that than have to go down to Carson and Western. It's just a lot more convenient. So let's not be so hypocritical. Let's follow the law. I don't like marijuana. I've never smoked it. I've never used any street drugs. I've never used prescription drugs. But this is grass, man. Come on.
Anyone else?
Joan Irvine, District 1 Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and people who are here and people who are watching. You know, we've been going through this for the last 7 years, and it's taken this long to get to this point. You know, and when it came to Measure E, Measure E, I was very involved in getting that shut down or voted against because it was an outside person that had zoning that was customized just to the space, the retail that they would have. And they came in, they didn't go to the, our cannabis advisory committee. They did nothing. They just came in to try to do a slam dunk. So I voted against that. And I made sure that a lot of people voted against that. But it was not against cannabis. It was against that particular measure. And also, we're taking a look at how much time have we spent in the last 7 years? How many times has cannabis come back? I mean, we're probably up to what, 15, 16 times? What a waste of our money that if you're going to delay it again. And I happened to listen to part of that assembly hearing today, and at least twice while I was listening to it, they were saying if you do not have dispensaries, legal dispensaries, that the black market takes over and it grows. And the black market, as I have mentioned numerous times, the black market doesn't care what they sell or who they sell to anybody. And so if we do not have legal cannabis here, we're going to have a black market that increases. You don't know what they're selling. We're not going to get tax money out of it. And these are the ones that sell to the kids. I mean, the dispensaries, you have to show your ID. It goes through a whole, system, so the kids are not getting in there. You're not going to know you're not even going to really know it's a cannabis store with, the way our ordinances are reading. So just please move forward on this. It's about time, we just let it go. And and I rarely agree with him, but I agree with him. It's like, hey, it's here. Stop being so hypocritical. It's here, it's happening. It has been happening for years. And I would prefer to have stores that people feel comfortable going into. It's in our local neighborhood, so we don't have to, especially seniors, we don't have to drive to, Carson and Western, to get product. And so please, please, please move this forward tonight and let's get going. Let's put out the application and let's be respectful of the process that we've been going through for the last 7 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the audience here wish to address the council on this item?
This is just about cannabis.
Any of the consent calendar items?
Hello, everyone. This is Andy Porchap. I just came here because the heat, and it's very lonely in the house all by myself. But back to the meeting. I think this is not going to be a problem with the cannabis, either if you vote for it, if you're not. Because I don't know if people realize it, the economy is tanking. It's like ruin. You know what I mean? I go to the store, everything is getting more expensive, even the items, what you got to have, food and everything. So if you let this go and people want to sell the marijuana, after they smoke it, I heard, they get very hungry. So they're going to have to go and buy food, what is very expensive now. And pretty short time, they're not going to have money to buy food, you know what I mean? So they're gonna run out of money. So it's just like, I want it, but I cannot afford it, you know what I mean? So marijuana or no marijuana, every city, the whole United States, governments should get together and stop the madness, the inflation, you know what I mean? I don't go out to eat anymore, I cook, and I'm on a fixed income, and this thing is just scary like hell, Me and my wife worked 4 years, and we are at the point, if we're lucky, if we get the social security check deposited in our thing. So people, problem, marijuana, legal or no legal, it's not gonna be a thing. It's gonna be food or no food. And by the way, I wouldn't support businesses where you need, people with guns, front of the store or in the store, it doesn't matter. When you have lockdown and you can go in, if it's that not safe to sell, what is safe a block away? I go buy some dope and 2 blocks away, hey, Andy, dope here and you go there. You know what I mean? Because money is very tight and crime is growing. So concentrate on how to keep the economy going, If somebody wants marijuana, they can buy it. I guarantee you that. It's not a problem, You don't need legal. The illegals are selling it. But the main thing is people need food, and services, like electricity, where we're going to get the electricity. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council?
Good evening. My name is Susanna Ortiz, and I'm a citizen and property owner here in Redondo Beach. I'm a mother and a grandmother. I have worked at Redondo Union High School in the past, and I've seen what the impact of cannabis has had on young people, even in my very own family. And I just would urge you, please vote no on the cannabis ordinance due to public health issues. Allow the incoming city council and mayor to review all safety and economic data. Pause all cannabis activity until the safety of commercial cannabis products is assured by the California Department of Cannabis Control. And also, I just want to mention that there was an article in the Wall Street Journal yesterday about the impact that the cannabis industry has had in Pueblo, Colorado. I would urge all of you to read it because it talks a lot about the negative effects, the financial homelessness, and other kinds of societal effects that this has had on their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the consent calendar items that weren't pulled? Anybody online?
I do have two hands raised on Zoom. The first one is Amy Chaffin. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Go ahead, Amy. Okay, let's go to the next one and then come back.
Next one, Courtney. You can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Courtney.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person tonight to speak about this important topic. As you know, we have been doing this for quite some time. There's a few points I wanted to touch on tonight. And the first one is there was a comment from the public that the city's going to have to spend copious amounts of money on youth prevention, and that simply is not true. I would like to point out that right now, cannabis is already being sold in Redondo Beach and nearby cities, and it is being done illegally. The city is not spending copious amounts of money, I'm assuming, on youth prevention. And even if it were, it wouldn't need to spend more money by 2 legal operating stores entering the city. Another point about youth prevention that's really important is that most operators already have, and I'm speaking about legal licensed operators, already have youth prevention programs in place in the cities where we operate, and we bring these into the new communities, work directly with different nonprofit organizations like YMCA's, Boys and Girls Club, et cetera, to make sure that our stores are not impacting youth. There's this real focus in Redondo Beach, I've noticed over the last several years, that youth are going to be the ones obtaining cannabis, but youth are already obtaining cannabis from the illegal sources. It is not the legal sources where youth are going to and are currently obtaining cannabis. And there needs to be a really clear line drawn on this particular topic. It's really baffling to me that this keeps coming up. Something else that's really interesting is that most of the reports are showing that crime actually does not increase with legal stores. We have security on site 24 hours a day. Where crime does increase is with the operations of illegal cannabis stores. And so if you're really looking to reduce cannabis crimes in your city, the city should be focusing on reducing the number of illegal operators in and around its city. Also, everyone keeps saying, pass this on to the next council. I don't really understand why that's necessary because majority of the council remains intact. The council has litigated this to death. We have gone over this for years. You have all put in so much time talking about the different aspects of illegal, legal operations, the best way to go about this, merit-based, lottery, the youth, the security systems, all of these different things, what you want in an operator, what you don't want in an operator, what you want in your city, what you don't want, where you want them located, where you don't want them located. And it seems to me that it really would not make a lot of sense to continue to pass this on and to rediscuss all of the issues that you all have spent your precious time on over the last several years. So I'd like to thank you for your commitment to this issue, and I would love if the city council would just continue to move forward with the next reading of this particular ordinance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. You want to try the person who didn't answer last?
Amy's back with us. Amy, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
I'm muted now.
Amy, you there?
Amy Chaffin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Okay.
Does she have to do star 46? Is that what it is?
Can we just hear her?
Okay, we do have another hand raised. Marcy Guillermo, can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Marcy.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and public. We strongly oppose the cannabis ordinance. There is new, let me repeat that, new and significant information that justifies a pause and reevaluation of the proposed cannabis ordinance. There is new information that the City Council Treasurer, Police Chief of Redondo Beach, a Lake County Public Health Department, a school board, Beach City's health district, and the community must assess and evaluate to determine what is the best interest of our city. Proceeding with this ordinance based on the comments provided for the pro ordinance is ignoring these critical findings and without publicly hearing from the public safety, health, and education entities would be complacent and irresponsible. Do you remember that Center Cal meeting on that December where Mr. Light and many of us warned the mayor and the city council not to proceed with that contract? We're repeating the same task right now. So I seriously, respectfully request, let's pause, let's reevaluate the new data, and let's listen to the residents, okay? We are not opposed to adult cannabis, of use of cannabis. There are cannabis stores in Carson. What's wrong with going to Carson City? I like going to Carson City. You can have it delivered. What's wrong with that? We do need to enforce it, whether it's legal or illegal, we do need to enforce that. So please, let's reevaluate the new information. Let's get the good economic data. What is going to be the net revenue with financial projections if the city council decides to approve that? I have not seen it. I have asked the city treasurer, he has not provided. We do not have a baseline of crimes in Redondo Beach. Every day I hear the sirens going like once a day, twice a day. We must focus on that first. What is the hurry to do this today? Please, let's send the right message to the public. Let's work with the LA County Public Health, the Education Board, and come up with a good solution. I ditto the concerns of all the parents, of all the activists to do this right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, we do have another hand raised. Susan Rubin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Go ahead, Susan.
You can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, as you know, I have spoken in the past about this, and I've given personal, anecdotes and things about my son with autism. I just kind of want to know is why do we need this? Why does the city of Redondo Beach need this? I mean, why are we still trying to do this when the citizens, many of us, have spoken up and said we don't want this? I would like you guys to tell me, perhaps after my comment, why it is we need this. Do we need this because we are beholden to the cannabis people who want to come into our city? Do we need this because we need the money? Or do we need this because, or do we need this? Why do we need this? And also I want to tell you something. My husband just today, saw on Artesia Boulevard a man disheveled, not looking the best, with he said he had lesions on his face, and I'm sorry, that's my son. And he was smoking marijuana out in the open in front of Munchie. Now my husband has no reason to make this up, but there was a man smoking a big spleef, as he said, out in the open in front of Munchie on Artesia this afternoon in broad daylight. We don't even have the cannabis people here yet. And, we've already got people pretending like we have open hash bars on Artesia. That's just not right. And, I can't even think about what it's going to be like if we let them in our city and it's open and it's there for everybody. So I don't know. Why do we need this? That's really what I want to know. Why does this issue still here? Why, please tell me, please enlighten me why some people on the city council want this. I mean, I have a right to know why we're still here. And after we're all speaking up, saying, please, no, please tell us why the city council members who want this, please tell us why you want this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I don't see Amy Chaffin's hand raised anymore. And that's it for hands raised. And for the record, there are 64 comments for this item. 1 support, 61 opposed, and 2 neutral.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we had a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of H3, which was pulled for the excluded consent calendar, and H15, which has been pulled to come back at another time. So I'll call the vote. All
Before
four.
you do,
I'm sorry.
can council be heard?
Sure.
Yeah. So I just, and thank you for that, Mayor. I just want to say that I agree with almost everything that was said tonight by the parents who've come in and spoken to the issue. I'm personally against retail cannabis shops in Redondo Beach, as I previously mentioned, because one, I think it's unnecessary. And two, I do think it does send the wrong message of cannabis acceptance to our youth, in particular middle and high school students. And I've previously voted against it for those reasons and others. But as you count the folks up here on the dais, I'm one vote. We don't have a king. And so my biggest concern was the location of Artesia Boulevard, which we previously talked about it being uniquely unfit for a cannabis shop, retail storefront. And I won't go into all those reasons. But the council agreed not to put a cannabis shop on Artesia Boulevard between Aviation and Inglewood. And I said I would vote for that if they did it because I thought it was a fair proposal. Yes, that zone is shrunk a little bit, right? It's still 80% though of what I said I would be in favor of. So, if the district 4 council members said, you know what, let's pause this right now, do retail delivery only, and we had one other vote for that, then there's, that would be the change. I'm not hearing that. And I will say anybody who, whatever folks' votes are up here, it's a personal vote. There's no ill will of anybody. We all think what's best for the community. There's no ill motives. So nobody should impugn or imply otherwise. So that's kind of the bottom line. And that's why, unless there is a change here, I'll be sticking to what I committed to and voting yes for this ordinance. So that's all, Mayor, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak before I call the vote? Okay, I'll call the vote then. All 4?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Anything you need to read?
I have a few to read tonight, Mayor. Item H8, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2503-009, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to LCR Earthwork and Engineering Corp., a California corporation, in the amount of $2,595,851 for the construction of the residential street rehabilitation project cycle 2, phase 4, job number 40190. Item H9, adopt by title only, ordinance number 2391-25, adopting amendments to Title 10, Chapters 2, zoning ordinance, and 5, coastal land use plan implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code related to the use of electronic signs within the Harbor Pier Special District for second reading and adoption. Item H11, adopt by title only, ordinance number 3287-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Chapter 6 to Title 6 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to regulate commercial cannabis businesses for second reading and adoption. Adopt by title only, ordinance number 3288-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 2, Section 10-2.1626 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to allow commercial cannabis activities inland zones of the city for second reading and adoption. Adopt by title only, ordinance number 3289-25, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, Section 10-5.1626 of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code to allow commercial cannabis activities, coastal zones of the city for second reading and adoption. And for item H12, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2503-010, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting the salary range for the position of Senior Recreation Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, well done. We will now go to item I on the agenda, the excluded consent calendar items. There was on one item pulled, H3. I believe that was you, Councilmember Barrett.
It
So the
was.
floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And I didn't have an opportunity to speak to the city clerk about this item. I did speak to the city manager. These are the meeting minutes. There was a voice vote reported that I think is incorrect. It's on pages 102 to 103 of the agenda packet. It concerns the motion to extend time for a resident back when this occurred on November 19th. Not precisely sure the best way to address this, Mr. City Manager, whether it's a motion to amend by interlineation. Go ahead.
Yeah, I followed up with the clerk's office after our discussion on the matter, and I think the clerk's office went back and looked at the tape to confirm, and I believe have a suggested correction to the minutes as presented. Is that correct, Melissa?
Yeah, so the motion at the time was to extend the speaker. It was 5-0. So we can amend it to be 4-1. Councilmember Barron as a no, so you can approve the minutes
As amended?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you. So the motion would be to approve the minutes as proposed to be amended? Yes? Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone from the audience wish to address this item? Anyone online?
We don't have any hand raised and there are no e-comments.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes. So now we're down to public participation on non-agenda items, item J on the agenda. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. And we'll take written requests first. So let's see, with that, I have first Holly Osborne and then Gil Escontrias.
Good evening. This is Dr. Osborne, District 5, a retired engineer. Many of you think I only know how to talk about Metro, but this is not about Metro. Before I became interested in catching Metro surveying mistakes on the Green Line, I was interested in housing and the initiative to restore zoning control to cities. That initiative is called the Our Neighborhood Voices Initiative, and a statewide group wants to gather signatures to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot to do just that. State laws, starting in about 2018, allowed more and more construction on a lot, no additional parking required. This affects both single lots and multifamily lots. You have seen some of that in Redondo, where developers are turning garages in apartments into multiple ADUs, taking away all the parking of the people that live there and adding more units besides. All of this is legal. All of it is allowed by the state. All of it is infuriating to neighbors, and none of it is family-friendly to a parent who may have to lug groceries and a small kid from a few blocks away at night. There's a lot of this in North Redondo, but South Redondo has these projects too. It was at an Our Neighborhood Voices Zoom meeting this past Wednesday that I came across this picture of a single house with 8 ADUs being built in San Diego. San Diego actually allowed this to happen. In a misguided attempt to increase housing, they allowed 1 extra affordable ADU for every ADU on the property. Since they allowed 4 ADUs, well, bingo, you have 8 if you claim that 4 are affordable. No parking required for these extra units. I sent you guys the picture. A totally destroyed section of a neighborhood. San Diego is now somewhat belatedly rethinking their policy. Some of this damage cannot be undone. What is obvious to me is that the neighbors are going to be bombarded with phone calls to sell because look what went up next to you. Do not think this will not happen. It has happened with Metro. There's my Metro statement. A realtor sent out a flyer said, "Get ahead of the train," urging people to sell before the train comes. It has been remarked at the ONV meetings that the only way some people are going to wake up to the insatiable appetite of developers is when something awful goes up in your neighborhood. Then people will wake up. Then they will sign the zoning control initiative. In the meantime, I'm asking the city council to not feed the developers insatiable appetite. Do not increase what is allowed on residential property. Do not increase what is allowed on commercial property next to residential neighborhoods, and do not increase specifications on height limits. And maybe the camera guy can get this picture, since it seems like we're having a little bit of trouble again, okay? But you've all seen this, okay? The next meeting is Wednesday, 8 o'clock, Our Neighborhood Voices, 6 o'clock.
I wanted to show the photo, but I didn't have that one part I needed.
What do you need?
We did get the email.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wanted to show it to you, but I
I
didn't
think
have
the
the
public
part.
should see it. It's astoundingly incredible. Yeah. Hold on, maybe, do you have it?
Yeah.
Oh, hold on 1 second, Holly.
It's the wrong one. I can't use that one.
God, you got the reaction right here. Oh, my God. Thank you.
That's the wrong part. I can't use that one.
All right.
Okay,
We'll do
let's
a blue
keep moving.
folder.
Gil Escontrias and then Walt
It's a
Howells.
different HDMI connector. It's a mini HDMI DPI. You always have it here with me.
Good evening. My name is Gil Escontrias. I'm a resident of District 1. And I'm here to represent a nonprofit that I work for or with, Blue Line Dogs, and I also work with the Redondo Beach Dog Park. As a resident, one of my biggest concerns is training of our first responders and understanding that they're well-trained and mostly safe. As a first responder with 45 years on, I understand that funding and opportunity sometimes can also be an issue within that. As such, I'm here to give you guys an opportunity, give the city an opportunity to be able to expand training opportunities as well as funding. My organization, Blue Line Dogs, we have a training component to that, and we are planning on expanding that. One is which to provide pet first aid and CPR training to first responders, which we're going to do. And I'm here to offer it scholarships to your animal control people or anyone else for that matter within the first responders for that program. It's an 8-hour course that runs generally anywhere from $50 to $150 per seat. We are here to offer it to you for free. Okay. One of the things that concerns me is that with our pets is that understanding of what can a first responder do or what an animal control person can do for that. And again, we want to be able to train our people to understand that although they can't, they can do whatever they can in the field. Okay. Now, you're probably wondering, why the heck did I bring it to you guys? Okay. Well, the answer to that is this. First off, this is a public forum. And I want to make sure that we're publicly aware of it and that people here, people there, can understand that there's an offer on the table. Okay. I don't want this to generally to get lost by the wayside. I worked at 2 other projects, one of which was the donation of the O2 masks that the Redondo Beach Dog Park made to the fire department. And it took some time before anybody would even acknowledge that. Okay. It was free. It was much needed as such. Okay. The other part is the idea that the temporary kennels that are behind the police department. It took us over a year to do. Okay. Falls by the wayside. I would hope that then bringing this to you, that some of you that are, or that all of you actually, that are interested in our first responders, that you can monitor this, maybe ask about this in 3 or 4 months to see whether or not you took us up on it. And if you choose not to, that's fine. But you'll be able to explain to them why you did not. Maybe there's a better program out there, I don't know. But I'm here to offer it. And then hopefully that you'll take us up on it. I most definitely want to be very concerned that if something happened to my animal, that somebody would be able to at least get some first aid to it at first. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Walt Howells? And that's the last card I have right now.
Mayor, council members, I just wanted to come down tonight and say thank you to a couple councilmen that I really admire. Nils, Todd. Todd, I'm in your district, District 2. Jim Light, the last year, thank you so much for stepping in and being a great mayor. And the rest of you, I want to congratulate you on your fine terms and the great work you've been doing. I know you don't get a lot of pat on the back, usually get slapped in the face, but
We do appreciate it as citizens, and I especially appreciate it as a citizen. Thank you, every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Walt.
Okay, that was the last card. Any member of the public wish to address the council on?
I put a card in, I don't know what happened to it.
Do you want to
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members and mayor again, and city staff. I want to commend all of you, every one of you who's taken forth any efforts to do anything to ban the smoke shops and also to ban the products in this. I have a lot of familiarity with this. In 2020, the FDA banned flavored tobacco. And then in 2022, California banned flavored tobacco. Big Tobacco mounted a ballot initiative within 29 days, and then it took another year for the ban to go into effect. In the interim, with the FDA's ban on flavored tobacco, menthol has always remained an exemption, which is another story, but a new brand, a new breed, if you will, of chemical entities became available almost overnight. And so a lot of tobacco companies literally changed the labels on their bottles. And what's selling now and what's available now in all of the smoke shops are synthetic and non-tobacco derived nicotine products. They're incredibly dangerous because there is zero regulation. This is a huge regulatory loophole that Big Tobacco uses to sell these products. There's no safety sheets. There's no carcinogenic, no toxicity data on any of these products. There's no data with regards to combining certain types of chemicals, certain enantiomers of chemicals, and what happens. And there's absolutely no data on what happens short or long term when these things are ingested. And some of the peer-reviewed literature shows that these products end up with really bizarro things, from formaldehyde, obviously glycerol as a propellant, heavy metals. You'll see things called nutrition vapes, nutri-vapes. It's a whole host of everything, but what they almost all contain is full potency tobacco because there's no regulation, there's no test, no one is monitoring this. So this is what's available now in the smoke shops. In 2018, Councilmember MD had an ordinance here, and she, way ahead of the time, banned flavored tobacco in our city. Right now, this is still a loophole in our city. And so what's been successful in city by city by city, across the country, state by state, is to ban this new brand of vape products in the city. And that's the only way to get these products off the shelf. And you can go to any smoke shop, you can go online to Urban Outfitters, you can buy these online, kids can buy them online. You can go to 7-Eleven. This is what's available now. So thank you for your efforts, and I commend you on that. It's going to be a wonderful thing to help our kids. I'd like to enter this into the public record. This is a resolution I wrote on this topic for the California State PTA, which I think they adopted it in 2022 or 2023. You can find it on the state PTA website, but it's a mini thesis, if you will, on the topic. So it's a lot of information on what these products are and what they're not, which is monitored or regulated in any way. So permission to enter this into the public record?
Receive and file.
Second.
Okay, we motion to second, all for it?
Aye.
Jess Money, District 3. One thing I want to do tonight is I want to thank and congratulate Nils Nierenheim for 8 years of outstanding service to the city. He's been the councilman from District 1, but for the whole city. Dedicated and effective service to the residents of District 1, plus he's been heavily involved in the homeless and pallet shelter programs, the Galleria Renewal Project. He's been to every Metro meeting about that farcical rail extension. He's been active in beach life, and in between, I think he saved a few people from the deep water. Nils, you're a class guy with tremendous integrity. Although I hope the final ballot count goes the other way, it appears that quite possibly Greg Hill is won a third term as mayor. I'm not too pleased about that, but what can you do? There's an old saying that you can't fight City Hall. Well, you can, and you can win some battles, which we have. But the forces of greed, deceit, and malignant narcissism are constant, perpetual, and eternal. The battle is, you may win battles, but the war is never over. I predict that at the next election, There will be a measure on the ballot to exempt the AES site from Measure C. And before his term in office, Mayor Hill will be out there with his ceremonial hard hat and his shovel, posing for the photo as we break ground on 2,000 residential units. And over in the corner, there'll be a tiny park, but it won't be Bill Brand Park, it won't be Jim Light Park, it'll be Greg Hill Park. I'd also congratulate Joy Ford, who is our newest corrupt consigliere for the Redondo Beach organized crime family. I started fighting corruption and stuff in City Hall in 1980. I'm gonna quit using electoral approaches. I'm gonna devote my remaining time and energy to the judicial, regulatory, and prosecutorial avenues of civic participation. Right now, I have 7 city employees or elected officials on my target list, plus a couple of just plain old citizens. Look forward to it.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm a student at Redondo Union High School and a resident of District 2. My name is Caleb Perkins. And a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity to interview Councilman Lowenstein as part of my work for earning the State Seal of Civic Engagement, which is an honor that goes on the high school diploma at Redondo Union. During the interview, one of the questions I asked him was how he believed the city could best honor former Mayor Bill Brand, who, for those unaware, passed away tragically last year in February to cancer. Councilman Lowenstein spoke about several key issues that Mayor Brand was passionate about: improving the health of residents, constructing more parks, preventing overdevelopment of our waterfront, and perhaps most notable, closing the AES power plant. And I know, Mayor Light, you were a big proponent of that too, so thank you. Councilman Lowenstein emphasized that the most fitting way to honor Mayor Brand would be to name the proposed park at the current site of the AES power plant after him. Mayor Brand's leadership helped shape a vision for Redondo Beach that prioritizes residents over industry, ensuring that our beautiful waterfront is preserved rather than caving into the demands of real estate developers. Now, as we await the demolition of the AES power plant, you all have a unique opportunity to permanently recognize his contributions to the city. Naming the new proposed park, Bill Brand Oceanside Park, would be a lasting tribute to his vision and impact on the city. This progress made under his leadership and the importance of protecting our coastline and the environment. This would not just be about honoring one man, it would be about honoring the values he stood for and the future he worked so hard to create, along with many of you sitting up on the dais. So I asked the City Council to formally consider this proposal. Mayor Brand's legacy is a part of the history of Redondo Beach, and this park would reflect the fight he championed to protect the waterfront. Please ensure that his contributions are remembered in a way that truly reflects the beautiful and healthy city he fought so hard to keep. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Okay, anyone else wish to address the council?
Hello, this is Andy Porchap, the original one. I was just want to report you that, you know, the Delgado project at Pacific Coast Highway, it's coming to an end. And they put in the new concrete, you know, and it's from the building to the curb, you know, not one hole to plant a tree. You know, the last meeting I was here, the environmental concerns, and we are you are the tree city. Front of the Delgado or whatever project, not one tree planted. So, but as you know, I come to the city every day to shop because I'm punishing Torrance, so I don't give Torrance my taxpayer dollars, I rather give it to you. And not only me, but the Torrance Fire Department is supporting your city because they come often, Trader Joe, you know, they come to Trader Joe to shop because they got to eat. So all 4 of them, you know, with the captain leading the crew, $1.2 million fire engine, don't call it fire truck, that's an engine. They come to Redondo, they shop at Trader Joe. They used to have coffee at the Coffee Beans. And, you know, all their money came to Redondo. Anyhow, the other thing I would like to tell you, since I don't know, some people misinformed because since the power plant closed down, a private company bought that land, I guess, not the city. That would have been a good opportunity to buy, the city would buy it. That way you would save all the money that you're spending on lawyers and lawyer fees, what the people pay. And this little guy is misinformed, what the result is. The result of shutting down the plant is I'm paying 21% higher for electricity. So, but I can counter that very easy. I just use my little phone, without the light at night, or sit in my car under the street light. And, daytime, I don't use my heater. I just sit in the car because, the car, it heats up, so my neighbor's looking at me, why is that idiot sits in his car? But it's 85 degrees, man, so, Anyway, so thank you for shutting down the power plant. And people think that, already developers bought it, it's gonna be houses and buildings there, and, like park, you're gonna have park there. People should keep dreaming. And don't forget to inform the people how much you spend on the lawyers.
Anyone else wish to address the council?
Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor Light, City Council, city staff, and people are here. I just wanted to mention about the wonderful International Women's Day event, the march at Veterans Park this weekend. On Saturday, there was probably 500 women there. It was much larger than last year, and I was very honored to be one of the keynote speakers there. It was just amazing to see all of these women coming with, everybody had different issues, but coming together to honor women, to honor International Women's Day. And I think that was very important. And one of the things for me that was really kind of interesting is that I did some research, can't find it, but it appears that this is the first mayoral election that we have had 2 women on the ballot. So that is a really wonderful way to acknowledge International Women's Day. And I would ask that the city, as they have been done with the Black History Month, as they've done with the Red Cross, I would request that the city do a proclamation about having International Women's Month in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council? Okay, anyone online?
I do have one hand raised. Marcy Guillermo, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin when you're ready.
Yes, hi. I'm Marcy Guillermo from District 1. There was an article in the Easy Reader about Hermosa Beach doing an ordinance to prevent homeless people near businesses and also camping or living in a vehicle, right, on public property that will be illegal for Hermosa Beach. So the question is, we have a nice program in Redondo. What does the city, the mayor, the city council doing to prevent other homeless people from Hermosa Beach or other cities to indirectly be sent to Redondo Beach? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No other hands raised and there are no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now down to the next item. We do have a public hearing tonight, so we will ask each of the council members if they've had any ex parte communications. Councilmember Nierenheim.
I have none.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
The public.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None.
Councilmember Obaji.
Maybe the public. That's it.
Councilmember Barrett.
Mayor and city staff.
Okay, I've talked to some of the city council, some of the staff, and quite a long time ago, members of the Shakespeare by the Sea management team and with some of the Beach Cities Health District management.
I will amend it. I did speak with you.
Oh.
No, Mayor Light, sorry.
Okay, with that, we'll go into L1. This is a public hearing to consider an entertainment permit allowing live entertainment within an existing building located in the PCF zone. So I will take a motion to open the public hearing and take testimony on the Little Fish Theater and Shakespeare by the Sea. Can I get a motion?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion is second, all four?
Aye.
Okay, so we will open the public hearing. Who's got the ball? Is that you?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, City Council. I'd like to introduce our senior planner, Stephen Jang, who's been with the city for about 7 months, and he will be giving the presentation tonight.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm presenting a consideration of a level 2 entertainment permit to allow a live entertainment within an existing institutional building on property located at 514 North Prospect Avenue. This item originally went to the Planning Commission on December 19, 2024, in which staff presented the proposed project as a conditional use permit at a duly noticed public hearing. The Planning Commission approved the project. However, our zoning code has an additional requirement that these types of uses require a live entertainment permit from the City Council, which is why it's before you tonight. The subject site is located on the east side of North Prospect Avenue, just north of Diamond Street, and is currently developed with a multi-tenant medical facility, also known as Beach Cities Health District. The proposed live performance theater would occupy one existing basement space with an approximate area of 8,861 square feet. The building is set back from the adjacent residentially zoned and developed properties located within the city of Torrance by about 200 feet. The proposed use will be taking place on the lowest level area shown in red on the slide. Here are the photos from the nearby driveway to the nearest residential properties. You'll see that the site itself is on top of a slope, and these residential properties about 200 feet away. The elevation difference is about 60 feet from top of slope to the grade level down below. The proposal is to allow the operation of a live performance theater in a vacant space that was previously occupied by a child care development center. The nonprofit's arts organization intends to provide theatrical experiences of new, classic, and contemporary works. Only Little Fish Theater will be hosting performances at this facility. Shakespeare by the Sea will occupy part of the space and only use the facility from June to August. Shakespeare by the Sea will not host performances at this location and will use this time to host fundraising events instead, and potentially rehearsals for the other locations spread throughout the area. The number of guests during fundraising events is expected to be 60 to 80 people and is scheduled for both day and evening. The schedule for the production is proposed to be Thursday through Sunday from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. and matinees on Saturday and Sunday through 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. Little Fish Theater will also have rehearsals from Monday to Thursday, 6 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Saturday rehearsals from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., all of which is proposed entirely within the space and not outdoors. During the day, the office is intended to be used as an office space with flexible part-time staff.
So just to be clear, all their performances would be indoors or?
Correct.
Okay, no outdoor performance?
Correct.
No outdoor rehearsals?
Correct.
Okay.
On December 19, 2024, staff presented the proposed project as a CUP to the Planning Commission, where they discussed topics related to compatibility of the site. The Planning Commission overall were supportive of the use as it would introduce a use that would improve the overall quality of life for Redondo residences. During the public notice for this project for the CUP, the project received over 23 written comments, all of which were in support of the project, 0 public comments against. And after public testimony and deliberation, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the CUP for the live performance theater. For the live entertainment public notice itself, the staff did not receive any public comments for this project against the project. This is a close-up view of the floor plan. The areas in green are the lobby areas for customers, and the gray areas will be used as storage and rehearsal space. Also things like the dressing room. The blue area is going to be where the actual theater is going to be held, which is intended to seat 98 guests. The yellow square is going to be a 6-inch raised platform that's going to be the stage area. So the way that the seats will be positioned will be around the yellow stage. The seating is also going to be temporary for this, not permanent seating. This is an elevation from the courtyard of the area of the space. The red line is the existing grade level, and you can see that the majority of the space is essentially subterranean in nature. Here's a photograph of the same space. So the blue is where the theater is going to be, and the green is the lobby area. There are no improvements proposed for the courtyard itself, other than cleaning it up and making it nice for people to come and visit. In terms of parking, a parking study was performed in the summer of 2024. The BCHD campus itself has 812 total parking spaces on site for all buildings, including surface lots and the parking structure. This graph illustrates the parking demand throughout the day. Between the hours of 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., the property sees a peak usage of 500 to 600 spaces, leaving a surplus of over 200 spaces available for the theater throughout the day. Additionally, as the evening approaches, BCHD sees a sharp decline of parking uses, and by the time the first evening performances are set to begin, there's a surplus of over 700 spaces for the parking lot. As a part of the live entertainment permit, the applicant is required to post a bond with the city. The bond amount is determined by the city council. The bond may be drawn upon for extraordinary law enforcement or public safety services in connection with entertainment activity. However, the applicant is requesting that the city council waive this $1,500 bond. Staff recommends that the city council open the public hearing, take testimony, and close the public hearing, and approve the level 2 entertainment permit for the operation of a live performance theater at a multi-tenant public community facility at 514 North Prospect Avenue. This concludes staff presentation. We're open for any questions.
Okay, thank you. I just want to mention, I said in ex parte that I have met with them. This was a long time ago when they first moved in there, and I got a tour of the facility before any modifications were done. And then I got to attend their performance down in Veterans Park, partially funded, I think, by you, council member.
Discretionary funds, yeah.
So it was a great event. I'm very supportive of their activities. I don't see how this would be an impact to any neighbors, so I'm supportive of it, but I'm open to comments from the rest of the council. And I have no speakers. Anyone wish to address this?
I would just say it sounds like a great cultural activity, both of these, so I would be in favor of this as well, too.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just
It's not done yet.
Yeah, I know they're looking for a new home, that they had to close their home in Pedro. This seems like a great fit for the moment, and no questions. I know they went through planning commission. I know they had lots of questions. I watched the meeting, very thorough, and the commission was supportive.
I'd like to see them permanently locate here, but that's
One thing at a
personal
time.
preference. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item, okay? Can you grab that, Councilmember Barrett? Okay, Suzanne Dean.
Oh, sorry.
And Stephanie Coltrane.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Suzanne Dean. I am the co-artistic director of Shakespeare by the Sea and Little Fish Theater. This is my co-artistic director, Stephanie Coltrane. So we just wanted to give you a little bit of information. We are a nonprofit arts organization that was started in 1998. We are dedicated to enriching communities with the arts. We have 2 programs, as was mentioned, Admission-Free Summer Shakespeare, that tours 2 parks throughout LA and Orange County for performances with multi-generational audiences. And then Little Fish Theater focuses on new and contemporary plays. We have been called the place to go for quality theater in an intimate setting. We know you have a theater in Redondo Beach. It's a very large venue. We're proposing a very small venue that can provide something else. Little Fish has produced over 175 productions, delivering plays by established playwrights, as well as uplifting emerging writers. And we offer audiences award-winning theater with professional actors and theater artists.
Little Fish operated successfully in San Pedro for 22 years until we lost our building to commercial redevelopment and had to search for a new home. Beach City's Health District thankfully stepped up to offer us to lease an available space, which made it possible to get our summer tour out last year. And now we need our entertainment permit to reopen Little Fish Theater. Little Fish and Shakespeare by the Sea work hand in hand together. They are symbiotic programs. One can't exist or thrive without the other program operating. While we aren't part of the future plans for BCHD, we love the Redondo community. We can bring valuable arts programming to Redondo and the beach cities. Being on this campus has inspired us to not only continue our current theater productions, but to expand our programming to serve areas of the community we haven't previously.
Now, we know that arts and culture are necessary for a thriving society, and we have seen ourselves, all of our artists, our board members from San Pedro, we have seen the profound impact that our theater had on a community, from driving economic growth and civic engagement, fostering creativity, making connections, and enhancing cultural understanding, all of which contribute to healthier lives. We did it in San Pedro. We're ready to do it in Redondo Beach. As a matter of fact, we have a large number of Redondo Beach residents who have been coming to our shows for years. Many of the people in this room have been coming. Now they just have to go down the street to Beach City's Health District. 15% of our subscribers and audience members are Beach City's residents. And we expect that number to grow as we produce our next shows.
The loss of our former venue and the subsequent 13 months of inactivity since we lost that venue have been financially and creatively devastating for our organization. If you're not aware, the theater industry is still very much in recovery post-pandemic. The current projection is that it will take 4 more years. So please give us our entertainment permit because we need all the help we can get.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this matter? That was the last card I got, so anybody can come up.
This is Andy Porchak again, and lots of people say that I'm very negative and criticizing everything, but I go for this project because you might not know I'm an artist also, and my daughter is an artist, and there is very few opportunity for an artist or a performance going on. So I think this wouldn't bother anybody, and I think the community will love it, and please approve it and let them have some performance or Shakespeare or whatever. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other member of the audience wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
There are no hands raised, but there are 5 e-comments in support.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to.
One quick comment.
Go ahead.
My own things are on. So all the Shakespeare of the Sea. I used to live in Pedro. I was made fun of and sick. In fact, this is the only election I just went through where people didn't accuse me of living in San Pedro. And
The election's not over yet.
The election's not over yet, you're right. Thursday will be final vote count. I'm like, what's wrong with that? I'm a born and bred resident of Pedro. Yeah. First Shakespeare I went to actually was years back. It was Point Fern Park. So it was packed. It was awesome. It's cool. So when I saw it come here this last summer, that's awesome. And I saw you guys saw this come through, and I was like, this is definitely gonna get approved. So everyone says only bad things come from Pedro because they're referring to me. And I was like, nobody's like to say that this is a great thing. It's gonna be everlasting. You're gonna have a long-term home. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys making your home here. We have lots of places for you here all around Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the council wish to speak before we close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Okay. We have a motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the level 2 entertainment permit requested for the Little Fish Theater. And I think along with that, you mean the waiver of the.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to interject. Yeah, if you could give that consideration as part of your motion as well, we'd appreciate it.
You're recommending that?
Well, that you include whatever direction you'd like as part of your motion.
Actually, my hand's not up, so someone else is. If not. So what's the recommendation from city staff on that with respect to precedents or otherwise? We have
Yeah.
a lot of really good folks who come here and do business. So what's the bottom line on that?
Yeah, this is a unique one for us. In fact, Mark had to kind of dig through the code and determine the fee rate and predicated the $1,500 off the last time we actually issued an entertainment permit. The purpose of the bond is to provide a deposit to help us in reaction to perhaps overuse potentially of police resources due to responsive incidents. We don't necessarily see that occurring with this type of theater activity, that given the nature and size and their track record. So we don't have the concern that we would perhaps have if we were issuing an entertainment permit for a permanent music venue or a bar music venue, if you would. Outside, where you might have a level of alcohol sold on the premises, et cetera. So we don't see the risk factor here as high as other considerations. And in that case, given their circumstances, obviously you heard they're in a bit of financial distress. We wanted to make sure you at least considered their request for fee waiver. That was part of their application. We don't have major concern with the need for bond here. It is a deposit. It's not a revenue source for us. But ultimately, a waiver of that type of fee would have to be approved by the city council.
Thank you. Has the applicant indicated they're indigent or otherwise unable to pay?
Mark, you read the request.
Yes, they have. They reached out to staff prior to the hearing and made the request, and that's why it's included in the presentation.
Okay. If we were to approve either the reduced bond to $1,500 or zero bond, what kind of precedent could that set going forward where other folks with good causes that we as a council may agree with, are we locked in and do you have any thoughts on that from legal or otherwise?
I think it's a great question. I don't have, given the circumstances and the infrequency of this type of request and entertainment permit, in fact, I can't recall the last time the council was asked to approve an entertainment permit here in Redondo Beach. We don't have significant reoccurrence of this, so I don't have huge precedential concerns. Most of the entertainment permits that we've adjudicated here in the past have dealt with much more active permit requests. So I don't have that concern. I think this is a bit of an isolated request, given the nature of their theater and their use. So I'm not as concerned about it as I would be for other proponents.
For a full waiver?
Just in general, other future proponents in terms of precedents.
If we do a waiver here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
So these motions are largely made ceremonial. I would like it if either I, myself, or Councilmember Kelly-Jurevich would make the motion for this item, just because I know you worked on this, move forward, and you're more than welcome to second that.
Yeah, I would, let's see, where are we? Is there the formal public hearing or just approve their
Level 2 entertainment.
Conditional use permit.
CUP
Their entertainment permit
or entertainment
and their
permit
request for,
and the request
waiver.
for their bond waiver?
I'll second that proudly.
did you want to speak? You had your hand
I
up.
was just going to say, this seems like creative problem solving by both the group and Beach Cities Health District to let them rent out space. I don't think they're aspiring to rent out space in the Beach Cities Health District because they're rolling in it. You know, they're artists with tons of money to, right, choosing the basement of this space. But it's really creative. I really appreciate it. I appreciate bringing the arts to Redondo Beach and fully support this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, congratulations, it passes. Thank you. Okay, now jumping down to N1, the discussion possible action regarding the city's 2025 4th of July fireworks display. I think you have some good news for us.
I do. Let me get this presentation going. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight I am presenting on the 4th of July fireworks display for this year, for 2025. So I just want to briefly recall the last conversation we had about this. It was during the mid-year budget. Staff provided council a budget response report containing preliminary cost estimates for the 2025 4th of July fireworks display. Council directed staff to continue searching for alternate barge providers and to see where we might realize some cost savings. And so staff from across multiple departments, as seen on the screen, we met with the fireworks provider and we tried to explore as many landside options as we could. And we couldn't identify one that we would recommend to the city council. We also got confirmation from the school district that they are unable to accommodate a show this year on their property. While we're meeting internally and with the fireworks provider, we also had staff reaching out to as many barge providers as we could identify. A lot of this work was done by our Deputy Chief, Brian Regan, in the fire department.
Deputy Chief Brian Regan?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He was on the phone a lot. Dozens of barge providers that he could identify.
Thank you for that.
And we finally got a hold of Curtin Maritime, and they are able to provide us a barge that is available on the 4th of July, that is compliant with NPDES permit requirements, and that is at a significantly reduced cost. So the initial cost we brought to council during mid-year was just over $125,000 just for the barge alone. Curtin Maritime can provide that to us for $55,000. So that's great news. We also have news on another front in terms of cost savings. We had staff reach out, in particular Greg Kapovich from the Waterfront and Economic Development Department. He can speak to this, but he did a lot of outreach to our waterfront businesses to see if they were willing to commit to sponsor the event this year to offset some costs. And he was very successful in securing $45,000 in commitments to help the city put on the show this year. And so with that.
Go back.
Yeah? Oh, sorry.
I haven't
Oh, we
even
can
read
come
home yet.
back.
I find it interesting that Riviera Village bid put in $5,000.
Mhm.
Wow.
Why do you find that interesting?
Because it doesn't do well for them to have a fire show down there versus having one in the Riviera Village. Team players, that's awesome.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
These are all the folks who have made commitments. Are any potentially outstanding that you feel at liberty to discuss right now, or no?
I will let Greg speak.
Maybe we have Greg come up. Greg put a lot of work in here. And,
Yeah.
we want to thank him for that work along with Brian.
You take
calling the
10% of
barges.
this, by the way?
Greg is not working on commission, but I think the general sentiment is that we received positive reception. I think, the community understood we were really at the brink of cancellation here, given the extraordinary cost, and wanted to step up and see if they could save the fireworks. So in short, Greg and Brian saved this year's fireworks along with these sponsors here. So Greg, what would you like to add there?
No, that was pretty much well said. Once I reached out and kind of gave them the situation and how the cost had increased year over year, and then quite significantly from last year with the barges, they came through and they rallied together and said, absolutely, we'll support you. And in fact, they're willing to kind of be permanent partners with this. So we'll have to work that through. This was kind of a last minute request, and it was almost a what can you do for us situation, but they all came through for us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Is there more?
There is.
Oh, wait, there's more.
So here is the updated event cost estimates. The fireworks display has not changed from last year. It's still $65,000. Barge, as you can see, with the new proposed cost is down to $55,000, bringing down the total of the event from just around $200,000 to $128,000. With the sponsorships in place, that brings down the city's cost to $83,000. So it's a huge, huge discount. Many thanks to all the departments working together to make this happen. All of us had to step in and step up and see what we could do to make this event happen. So with that, staff is asking for direction from council on whether or not you want to go ahead and move forward with this event. And if so, we'll go ahead and begin preparing contracts for all the vendors. And we'll come back next week with a 4/5 budget resolution to commit that money from the general fund. And with that wraps up my presentation.
Good stuff.
Okay, well, obviously, great job getting the price down on the barge and on getting the commitment from the commercial community that benefits from it. So actually cheaper than last year substantially, so well done. Councilmember Obaji?
Thank you, Chief Regan. Thank you, Director Kapovich. Great work on that. Thank you, Ms. House, for working on it, the Director House for working on it. So obviously a yes for me, but the question is for next year, thinking about it, do we think in the future, unless we can enter this company into a multi-year contract, the questions that have come up as I've fished this out to the community and tried to figure out, hey, how does the community feel about us spending $200,000 on fireworks or $150,000 on fireworks is, could we acquire our own barge? How much do these barges cost, used or new, and then pilot it out? Could we get contributions from neighboring cities, since we're all here along the beach and they could see it? Could we eventually do a crowdfunding where the city's like, hey, we want to do a fireworks show. We'd really appreciate it if residents could toss in $3 each, for example, and Venmo or PayPal or whatever means it is to pay the city. Go on the website and pay the city with a credit card $3. Are those things that we think we could work on ahead of time for next year, in the case that, the price jumps up again? And where do we think we'll have the most traction?
Yeah, good sentiments. I think you lit on one item that we are already following up on is whether or not we might be able to secure multi-year agreements or perhaps options for out years so we could secure pricing with some ability to toggle if we needed. That's one endeavor that we're going to strive for, assuming the council approves direction tonight. And then the idea of locking in longer-term commitments for sponsorship is something we'll explore. We already have a follow-up call to action with our neighbor to the north as it pertains to traffic control issues, particularly relief on Harbor Drive beyond Redondo. So I will be also, when I make that call to my counterpart, we'll be also asking about perhaps interest in partnering in future events. So I think that's worth a call. I'm not sure we would tell you that we're optimistic about that contribution, but we can certainly make the effort. They are benefiting from it, the residents are. And then lastly, the opportunity to perhaps seek broader donations, smaller donations. We'll look into that. There's costs, obviously, that occur with those transactions and fees. So we'd have to be mindful of that, but perhaps there's a way we can mitigate that impact and consider it. But I think all those are great ideas and worth exploring. And we'll have the immediate conversations with our barge vendor and our fireworks vendor as part of the follow-up to prepare contracts.
And barges, I guess, are prohibitively expensive.
Well, they have been, and I'll tell you, the number that we got, as extraordinary as it was.
He's talking about buying them.
Oh, well.
Yeah, buying one.
Yeah, we did. We've been kicking around that concept a little bit internally. Don't know what the market rate is for used barges right now. We could certainly do some research. I have no doubt that Chief Regan and Chief Butler and others could perhaps look into that. Finding a place for a tug. I mean, there's a lot to consider with that. I mean, it's not to say I would tell you we wouldn't recommend that at this point. I will probably kick the tires, or should I say kick the rubber sides to see.
I gotta think the maintenance.
See if it makes worth some sense. But yeah, $55,000 a year over several years adds up. So
rent it out to other people, other communities on other days.
Yeah. So it's worth some exploration. I think we'll probably at least start with a multi-year agreement with the barge provider. So
We can put it out as a fishing platform in the summer and call it City of Redondo. I think that's been done before.
we could just anchor it right next to the mammal barge. Maybe we'll lend it to the sea lions during the off season.
Super
Mammal Care Center would like that.
One thing to consider though, and I think they did this in the village, Councilmember Nairnine can probably confirm, but if you collect funds through a nonprofit, then those donations towards fireworks would be tax deductible. So,
or perhaps King Harbor Association or the Pier Merchants Association, one of those groups could step up and be the source for that, and maybe they pledge the proceeds to the city. There are ways to do it. We just have to look at it and consider it.
Okay, Councilmember Nairnine.
Yeah, I want to just thank you guys for doing the legwork and footwork, making the phone calls. I'm really excited to see the vendors in the harbor as well, kicking in some money. Been saying that for a while. Really, really stoked to see that. And, one thing I heard continuously from this community is they want to see something down there. So this is definitely going to be a long-term problem. So whatever we can do to secure, there's other uses for a barge in our harbor. In fact, doing this over a multi-day period for a weekend like what we have now, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right? Could be another option in the future. And you don't have to buy that big of a barge. These things doesn't require a massive device. And you can use, like I said, use it for a whole host of other things in the harbor that we need in the future with, I could see us requiring. So I just make a motion to approve the updated budget amendment and to approve the contracts as required in order to move forward with, for the vendors, in order to move forward with the 4th of July fireworks show.
Would you add to look at, explore a multi-year?
Seek multi-year contracts and amendments.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Anyone else?
How about investigate all those avenues for fundraising and
That's a
also-
separate conversation. I mean, what you're talking about, it really is something that a C3 should do, a 501c3.
Right, but like seek a partnership with a 501c3 or one of these associations to do that crowdsource fundraising if it's necessary in the future.
I've sought from them from prior years, right? So this is the first year we've finally had success. So, I mean, I think it's a great idea, but next year, let's get the multi-year contract done, right? And go from there. And then I agree with you for the nonprofits. I mean, King Harbor Association is a C4, I believe, as well, C4, C5, something like that, C5, I want to say. But who knows if they'll be able to. Let's just get this through this year first. I don't make it complicated. It's simple. Yeah, keep it there.
So did someone second that?
Zane did.
I did.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Anyone else on the council wish to address this item before we go to the public? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Just like. Joan Irvine, District 1, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and people who are here. First of all, thank you so much. I so appreciate it because being out there on the campaign trail and you're saying that we may not have fireworks, forget everything else. We want the fireworks and we want the potholes taken care of. So, those are the things that people remember. So they were really upset when there was a question whether we'd have fireworks. Also last year, I had worked with Keep the Esplanade Beautiful to be doing fireworks in the beach barge off of Avenue I. And one of the things, it does have to be a 501c3 that accepts those donations. So it can't be a 4 or it can't, if you do a 4 or you do the others, all they can do is they can use those, the big companies can use those donations as advertising expenses. So it does have to be a 501c3 that you would have this, the money coming through. But thank you very much, Elizabeth, getting that done because people were, I'm not even going to say the word of how upset they were that they may not be fireworks. But it's also kind of very sad. I mean, to me, it's an indication that we're having to question whether we can afford to do fireworks because we have to stay within budget because all of a sudden the money wasn't available here and it has to come here. And that really has to be taken care of as we move forward to make sure that we're more fiscally, solvent and that we can be doing these things without having to go out and beg, and being able to have it, for our residents. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this item?
I am the pork chop and I'm for the fireworks and I'm very happy, you guys got the dough done, because even in Torrance, the center of the university in the South Bay, barely can afford the fireworks, what is a very sad thing. And I just wondered because for years, me and my wife and the kid came down to the shore, and we watched the Redondo Beach firework and after we watched the Torrance firework. And you won't believe it, the Torrance firework, what started out from that barge, it was a private, a millionaire lady was paying $120,000 or something for the barge and the firework. Anyway, the mayor had a great idea with the barge, and I suggest to buy it. You know what I mean?
Councilmember Abaji.
Obaji? Okay, both of you, but you said it, But that barge could be used all year around. You know what I mean? Good for fireworks, or you tow it out a little bit like, 2-3 miles. The paddle boarders could go out there, buy booze, have fun, a fish, cook the fish. The guy comes out, buys the dope, gets hungry. The fisherman sells the fish, cook the fish, and, the police goes out at night, or closing time, and rakes in the money, puts it in the, the tax purposes, everybody got taxed. So that's a good idea, the barge, buy the barge, and maybe you can even rent it out for Torrance, because Torrance, even the biggest bootlicker of Torrance, coming to the city council meeting, she got so upset, we're not gonna have fireworks, or very, minimal, small. So a great job, save the fireworks, because I like it, everybody likes it. Fireworks is like apple pie in America, But if you cannot do it, on YouTube, you can watch the fireworks from Hungary, There's the biggest fireworks, it goes between the hillside and the whole city, and lights and music and fireworks. So if you cannot afford it, just put it on the website. Watched August 20, fireworks in Budapest, the biggest thing. But anyway, congratulations to saving the fireworks. I'm gonna go and watch it. And thank you.
Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
We do have one hand raised. Mark Hansen, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Good evening, Mayor Light, City Council, City Staff, Mark Hansen, King Harbor Boater. I want to just sincerely thank the staff for what was obviously a lot of work across various departments to make this a reality. This event does a number of things for Redondo Beach and the South Bay. It provides just a lot of family entertainment to the community. It puts Redondo Beach on the map. I'm one of the guys who helps promote that we're doing this, and obviously brings a lot of secondary and tertiary income to the harbor area. When folks are down there, they buy food. I want to specifically verbally thank the members of the business community who stepped up, King Harbor Association, Riviera Village, Shade Hotel, Sonesta Hotel, Portofino Hotel, and the Redondo Beach Hotel. And I want to specifically recommend to staff and the city council that when we make flyers for this event, we list them prominently somewhere on the flyer to publicly thank them for their support of this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
No other hands raised, and there is one e-comment.
Okay, so we had a motion to support this and a second, so I'm going to call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you and great job. Appreciate it. Okay, now to item N2. This is actions regarding options to increase installation of native plants and pollinators in the city.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Andy Wingy with the Public Works Department. Tonight we'll be presenting this item. Looking forward to this conversation and getting input on moving forward with the introduction of natives, or the emphasis of native plant and pollinators in our city. Tonight, Lauren Sablon, our city engineer, will be presenting slides. I also have with us Mike Klein, whom you know, and Mark Garlock, who's the city's Public Works Parks Maintenance Manager and our urban forester / arborist. So we'll all be available for questions at the end of the presentation.
Nice El Segundo blue butterfly.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Happy to present this item N2 for the potential native plant and pollinator requirements in the city. Native plants are plants that grow naturally in the region or ecosystem. Pollinators are any animal or insect that facilitates reproduction of plants, such as bees and butterflies. A pollinator fountain is a feature, such as the one in the courtyard, that's designed to provide a water source for pollinators. This item is coming before you tonight as it is a strategic plan item. And the Public Works and Sustainability Commission has been reviewing native plants and pollinators and provided their recommendations to you as part of an attachment. To summarize, they encourage the use of SoCal native plants. They encourage the installation of sea cliff buckwheat west of PCH. They recommend establishing native plant palettes, that the city actually establish that native plant palette, and prohibit the use of invasive or hazardous plants. They also recommend installing pollinator water features where feasible and encourage the replacement of turf where appropriate as well. We do have just a couple of resources, a list of trees and water conserving plants, and handouts, a handout for parkway landscaping guidelines when a city permit's not required. It should be noted that these items were created with conserving water in mind and not necessarily native plants. There are additional resources that you can find on the website. These are just a few listed here that highlight native planting and pollinators. We do have city capital improvement projects currently in the works. There's the installation of sea cliff buckwheat in the medians west of PCH. The City Hall Courtyard project is underway. The Edison right-of-way west of PCH Landscape is actually out to bid right now. And the main library turf removal is in design. We currently have the city current practices and policy options that with regards to the city properties, parks and facilities that we have a little more control over. There's parkways that are maintained by the city, and then also the parkways that are maintained by the adjacent property owners. There is the potential to adopt standards to include natives and or restrict certain materials. We can also include designated habitat gardens and future park landscape plans. There's this transition to native plants will require additional staff and training and education. So it should be noted that, and also that public patience with the new landscaping aesthetics and appearance would be required. There are private property developments. This discussion is coming up with the general plan update, and that's anticipated for summer 2025. The land use element and the open space and conservation elements do include a discussion about drought-tolerant native plants. So that's coming forward. The State Model Water Efficiency and Landscape Ordinance, MWELO, as we commonly call it, those are requirements that developers and new projects are already required to comply with. And we also have additional development requirements for commercial properties coming forward in 2027. So as part of the item before you tonight, there was a discussion in the report about specific actions that council could take or potential actions that they can take, that you can take. There's the three kind of categories. We've got education, capital and projects and maintenance activities, and also private development. For your ease, for some background, there's the ease about to implement these, and then there's the time that we've given you a little bit of background on, and cost. So we're happy to go through any of these items at your, if you like. So before you tonight, we are recommendations before you are, we're requesting that council provide direction to staff to provide additional resources to educate the community and provide have staff provide drafted guidelines for maintenance practices on city-owned properties, and for staff to prepare for the 2027 development, commercial development requirements. And we also welcome any direction on any additional policy actions that council would like staff to pursue. And we're happy to answer any of your questions.
And I might add a little bit more context as well. So the buckets here that we see, right, and you saw this a little bit with the matrix and the list of task items or policy action items that the council can consider. Really, the education side, to me, that's a no-brainer. We ought to be preparing and assembling that material, helping educate the community, putting it on our website, and in providing references and resources for our folks who are seeking different installations and parkways, especially parkways that we own, and providing that technical advice, right? So they can understand the benefits of native plants and pollinators and certainly the benefit of water conservation in our area. So that to me is very low-hanging fruit, something we've started to work on in response to this strategic plan item. Staff has begun to assemble that material. We'll update that material to reflect more of the native plant concept, not just the water-wise concept, and look to implement that as soon as possible. Beyond that, I think it's important to note that we control a lot of what occurs in the city's open space areas, right? I mean, for the most part, we own or have access to virtually all parkway, green space that the public sees and experiences from the public right of way. So our next recommendation here is that we follow up this report with the preparation of draft guidelines that we would ultimately bring back to council that would provide effectively a decision-making framework for us that would help us determine where and when it would be appropriate for us to install native plants, where it's most feasible, where there's the high likelihood of success for those species, and ultimately start to opine on what we want to allow as a community, as a council, and ultimately this would be a policy discussion on parkways that are city-owned, right? We have full control over that, whether through regulatory action or just through advice on what should be planted when folks aren't coming in for a permit. So we have absolute discretion on that, and that's something ultimately the council should be considering. And what I'm speaking to specifically are those parkways that are city property that we have through our practice entrusted to the adjacent homeowners, property owners to maintain, right? So if there are certain types of activities we want to see on that parkway, certainly fair for the council to set parameters and guidelines as to how those are planted. One important distinction I think that's really critical as we think about parkway space, city activities and practices is when we're talking about native plants, we're not necessarily talking about trees. Trees may not be native, and for the most part, 99% of the time will not be native because there are very few native tree species in California. And I'm not an expert in this. There are many more folks in this room that know more about this than I do, but
Not in California, but in our area.
but in specific, and
biozone.
especially in our area, right? Just given our coastal sort of proximity. So it's important that we not think that we are binding ourselves or confining ourselves when it comes to tree planting. Tree planting is going to continue. It's a priority. It's a focus of this council. It's been a focus of the community. Tree canopy, shade, helps with urban forestry, helps with the heat island effect. There's all kinds of wonderful environmental benefits, even though those trees themselves are not native species to our region, right? So we want to continue to plant trees. We want to continue to plant trees that we think are appropriate in the parkway space and are appropriate in parks and at city facilities. And I believe staff will continue to work on what we call our tree palette and help the community understand appropriate trees to place in certain locations, whether there's restricted tree wells or expansive watering or whatever it might be. So that's a distinction I think that's important as you think about this. We don't want these policies to restrict our ability to plant parkway trees or plant trees at city facilities or in city parks. That's something that runs somewhat in parallel to this conversation. Didn't mean to interrupt.
On recommendation number 2, if I may, Mayor, draft guidelines, when do you think you could do that, bring it back?
It'll
I know
take
you
some
got a
time.
lot,
The Public
yeah.
Works and Sustainability Commission has done a great job looking at it. I think there is, we've already started to kick around kind of decision-making trees that would help us create a bit of a checklist within the guidelines that would, in a sense, help us create buffers and parameters for how we would make those decisions. And again, we would come back to you all with that conversation, so we're not running afoul of the overall policy goal here. So that, I think, would come back in a couple of months. It will take some time. We want to do it properly. And then the third item is we want to begin to prepare for the 2027 requirements that the state is demanding, and we need to begin to prepare whatever ordinance updates are going to be required for us to adopt those standards. I'm not sure they're going to flow through the natural building code adoption updates that we do every 2 years. The Amwello ordinance, as I recall, was something we needed to do separately and distinctively from the building code. I'm not sure that's going to be the case with this particular update by the state, but we need to begin preparation for that. We don't need to necessarily wait till 2027. We can get in front of that. But I think this really pertains to commercial development, and we should begin to align our resources with those standards. So that's where those are the three, to me, buckets that are the most low-hanging fruit. And then, of course, if there's anything else that has been thought through in this report or with the commission's advice, and again, big kudos to the commission for picking it up. They had a subcommittee. They kind of, a bit of a fit and start there. They started a few years ago, kind of put it on ice and then picked it back up. So we thank them for their work. There's a lot of good recommendations in there. But if there's anything the council would like us to pursue beyond these three things or in lieu of, we would certainly like that direction tonight.
Can you, Melissa, can you put on 2A? So there's some, if you read the staff report, there's some misconceptions in there that I want to disabuse people of. This is the Bluff Garden when we first planted it. This is on the north end of the Esplanade. Was non-native plants. The county asked SBPC to replant it with native plants. This is the same site 8 months later. So people painting that natives are slow growing and take 3 years to fill a space isn't necessarily true. And this is just a year and 2 months later. And you can see we planted taller trees against that house because they wanted to be blocked from field of view. It's already higher than the fence after just a year and 2 months. If you go out there today, you can't see the fence anymore. And none of this vegetation was chosen so that it never turns brown and doesn't go summer dormant. And it has very light watering requirements. I think once a month, it gets watered for like 20 minutes.
And why didn't we do that in Wilderness Park?
Because the changing the irrigation system's a lot different, but we planted a lot of these same.
Yeah, because they haven't taken off at all, right?
Well, that's not true. If you
I
go
was there recently.
If you go to the area we planted in 2017, you can't.
No, against the fence.
Yeah, that fence is disturbed. It's not native soil. It's got a lot of construction stuff in it, and it's very windy there. So
it has to be the right environment. Is what you're saying.
And we've got to pick the right plants, and sometimes that's, other plants aren't growing there either. So.
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering why, because I look at this, go, that's exactly what we wanted.
Yeah.
Would that be part of your option 2 review, is taking into consideration wind and soil and location and, because, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And the mayor's brought up what we think is really the kind of classic example right now of if the plant species are selected carefully and appropriately for the site, they can be quite successful and they can flourish very quickly. In some instances, if you're not careful and you put them out in a very busy street median, or you put them in soil conditions or in a shady environment that doesn't allow them to flourish, then they're not as successful, right? And I think,
But there are shade tolerant species.
and there might be,
that
but you just got to
flourish in
pick
shade.
you got to pick the right species. So you got to be careful. And I think that's what those guidelines would sort of push us, call it a decision tree, kind of push us into the proper decision.
Work that in.
And there's existing databases that are very detailed on this. In fact, it's easier to find out those kind of details on California plants than random plants because it's all consolidated in one database.
So I think there's an opportunity for us to be successful in adopting this sort of approach.
So part of what's coming up in 2027, there were, I don't know if it's one bill or two bills, but there is a ban starting in 2027 on watering non-functional turf for both government and commercial properties.
That's right.
And so, we're going to have to find, now what non-functional turf is, I'm sure we can have some pencil whipping on and try to justify it, but large turf open spaces that aren't used for some other purpose like sports, you're not going to be able to water them in the future. So they're going to turn brown and die and get weeds in them without doing something. And that same bill, at least the one I read, encouraged cities told cities to encourage residential to adopt similar standards. So that's coming, and it's just going to get worse and worse, especially we're in La Nina again, we're going to go dry, and there's going to be pressures on the water system. This is what was presented over 2 years ago now, I think, to the Public Works Commission on the different types of lawnscaping and their value from an environmental perspective, where low numbers are bad and high numbers are good. And you can see all the way from artificial turf is the absolute worst because it produces a lot of outgassing. It's an urban heat site. It's microplastic source that gets both in our aquifers and into the ocean, to all the way to native plants, which has the highest value in this. And I would hope we're leaning towards the upper end and discouraging the lower end in whatever we come up with policy-wise. This just a quick one on artificial turf shows surface temperatures of asphalt compared to artificial turf. And this was a university study. So the artificial turf can get hotter than asphalt, even under the same sun conditions. And the worst part of artificial turf is this is how it ends up. Although they market it as recyclable, there's only a few plants that can do it. It's very, very expensive. And so nobody's going to pay someone to recycle their lawn when they get done with it. These are examples of how they're disposed of. They're just dumped in farmers' fields that agree to take payments for this kind of stuff. So this is the kind of stuff we should be getting ahead of and discouraging in the future. How we engage on this and when. I know there's a lot in that open space and conservation element that addresses these same areas. But I do think we need to start moving this way, and especially the stuff that 2027 is right around the corner, and both the city needs to prepare for it, and we shouldn't be approving any commercial that's going to go brown in less than a year after it's built, or may already be outdated by the time it's built. I agree with the exception on trees because our native trees here were very sparse. We were mainly a sand dune, so near washes we had willows, probably next to the Salt Lake. There were some willows. We see that coming back, but Toyon and lemonade berry, they're more shrubs. They were native here. Some live oak, and there's a few other species that probably grew here, but not in any density. You can see it from historic pictures. So.
If I may ask, Mayor, do we use water-wise alternative turf of this type on city property?
No, the only turf installation we have in city properties is at Aviation Park for our sports field, which is in partnership with South Bay Sports.
So
and that's about the only exception I think we should consider is sports fields.
Yeah, something to certainly consider.
You can go back to the briefing. There's new systems out there now. I know weed barriers were a big thing. Any place will get weeds if you don't have plant cover on it, right? You leave a patch of dirt, we see it right out here, weeds come up. So the only way to prevent that is heavy mulch or weed barriers. Weed barriers are plastic, most of them that we've been traditionally using. There are now biodegradable that are largely paper that basically after 6 months or a year dissolve right into the soil. So they give the plants that time to grow and take root and keep the weeds out for that period of time. And I would suggest we go to that alternative in all cases except if we have a DG pad, because a DG pad, you do need something to keep roots and weeds from coming up through, and the paper would just dissolve. There was a mention that native plants are more expensive. I just went quickly. That used to be the case, but now that natives are so popular in California, that has changed substantially. Just a quick, internet look today. Lemonade berry, 1 gallon, that's a native plant, $16.99. That gets up to 15 feet high. A Toyon, depending on the size, 5 gallons, $28.99. The bigger 4-foot ones are $228. The podocarpus that the city seems to like to use is $26.99, and the larger size is $144.95. And that's without bulk purchases. If you look at flowering pollinator plants, Cleveland sage, which is a native, California native, 5 gallon, $24.99. Mexican sage, which is a popular non-native around here, $44.95. And rosemary, another popular non-native, is $44.95 for 5 gallons. So the price of native plants has come in line with other choices that people are making out there. There's 65,000 species of plants that are native to California, more than that. And so we can find a corollary for almost any decorative plant or tree out there if we desire. So I'm not suggesting that with trees because they weren't native here. So, but with all the other plants, we can find a corollary that matches and will outperform, be less maintenance in the long run. And I heard a mention that they're short-lived. That's if you overwater them or if you fertilize them. They don't like they don't like that. They like to be kind of neglected. And if you do that, the plants we planted in 2017 in Wilderness Park are still thriving and they're denser than ever. So with that, I'll quit my soliloquy and turn it over to the rest of the council. Thanks for indulging.
Good points.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
So on point one, thank you. On point one, I'd prioritize educating the public, coming up with guides, maybe a tree guide and a plant guide that we could disseminate to the development community. We could have available for residents online. If you could share 2B. Here's like just a draft introduction that I put together. Redondo Beach is committed to enhancing our community by significantly expanding our tree canopy, thereby improving air quality, cooling effects, or whatever. We'll wordsmith this later, and building resilience against climate challenges. To achieve this, we've developed this carefully curated tree guide. And then, ideally we'd have like pictures of trees, maybe nascent ones plus mature ones, and then have a little description of why they're good. And obviously, Public Works has done a great job developing, for example, when I look at the median on Artesia Boulevard, it's beautiful, right? The trees are beautiful. Maybe those trees have too bulky of roots because I see that this tree is buckling a little bit, but the plants are beautiful. And so, I believe from a prior session, you all have said you've come up with your own with your arborist, your own list of trees that are beneficial to have in the city because they don't buckle the sidewalks or the trees and in the streets. So maybe we could just make that public, right? Public facing with just pictures and descriptions. And then the same thing relative to a plant guide. Somebody's, redoing their garden. They want an easy guide supported by the city of here's the plants that we favor here that'll increase biodiversity, preserve visual charm, if you will, or elevate visual charm, and also prioritize water conservation. And then same thing, kind of like plant picture. This plant stays green year round, or some descriptor. These are the types of animals it attracts, and then next plant, and so on and so forth. And then maybe a little something about, for example, pollinator fountains or water sources and also using drip irrigation. Just a guide to help inform residents or guide residents who are looking for best practices on how we can collectively kind of form a better green environment in Redondo Beach. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I just have one thing, and that is, I know that the parkway, or shall I say, the median on Catalina has been delayed because we've been talking about planting milkweed for the El Segundo blue butterfly. It shouldn't be 7 years for us to figure this out. Let's not delay it any longer and then plant it later when we figure out, I think, was it 3 to 5 years? Is that what I read?
Well, yeah, and I think what we've actually kicked around internally on that specific project is, we can identify perhaps tree species that would work well with whatever final kind of mix of native plants we would propose in the space, and actually get some vertical planting done while we wait on final design. And I think that's one of the internal conversations we've started and are going to try to work towards.
It's just been barren for 7 years. It should have been replaced years ago. We ripped it out. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, anyone from the public wish to address this item?
Hello, this is Andy Porchak again. Before I came, I did not know that the new law is going to hit in 27, so I was preparing kind of a different thoughts. Congratulations to show that Esplanade building, the last one. I was just there a week ago, and I was like, wow, because I'm an environmentalist also. And unfortunately, I brought these books because I'm a historian buff. And I was going to show you, pictures, the native plants. It was like the best is weed, so, and it's from El Segundo to, a little patch of something from Redondo Beach, it was like nothing, no trees, no nothing 110 years ago, so anyway, but the main thing is that unfortunately, the best ground cover, because I was a gardener also, best ground cover is grass. You know what I mean? So I neglected my front yard, because I'm saving on water, and then I'm bringing back my front yard. It was nothing on it. So I watered it a couple of days. I put some fertilizer out there, and it's green like the neighbor's yard. But all I have is weeds. So the problem with the weeds is good. People should love weeds because the hardest thing to kill, because people spend big amount of money for gardeners to kill the weed and grow the native plants, what was not too much not too many in my opinion, and that needs maintenance too. So growing weeds on your front yard is very good because it grows, even if you don't water it often. The only problem, you have to cut it very often so it's even, because the weed goes here a little higher. So anyway, it's very unfortunate, California came to this point because when I come to California 4 years ago, nice green grass, trees, shades, gardeners working, everything was hunky-dory. And now we don't have water to water it. And I just read it in the paper, one family farm in California using 40% of the water, a drinkable water in California, because they're growing almonds and pistachios, and one family, 40% of the water. So in order to save money, on the water, we should implement water-saving features, returning water to irrigation, because nothing better, ground cover, front of your house or any place, grass.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to extend 20 minutes.
Denied. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, and there are no e-comments for this item.
Playing with fire.
I know. Oh, nobody voted on it.
Didn't get a
Okay, so Andy or Mike or Lauren,
Not that Andy.
what do you want to see out of this?
Well, I think you've all made good comments. If you're comfortable with sort of our focused efforts on the recommended items, if you want to put that slide back up, maybe Melissa and Lauren. I think it sounds like everybody's comfortable with item number 1, and it sounds like numbers 2 and 3 as well. If there's any additional action you would like us to investigate or explore, we're happy to do it. I think we'll probably have our hands full with 1 through 3. And I think that the real crux of it is going to be preparing the guidelines and determining sort of the decision-making approach to how best, when, and where to install native plants and to expand our repertoire. We're looking forward to the change. We've got good capital projects underway. We certainly would like to see the turf replacement out in front of the library. We're, I think, partnering with West Basin on that. We're waiting on the design. We've been nagging them a little bit. Hopefully that's here soon. We were, but for the rain today, Finley's was going to start with the concrete work out at the courtyard project. So we'll see them out here soon. We are underway, which is exciting. That's going to be a great demonstration area, I think, for us. And we'll continue to prepare these documents and resources and get them out to the public. So if you're comfortable with this, we're happy to get to work. If you'd like us to do more, we would seek that direction tonight.
Mike, I could add a little bit more. We do have a kind of a working draft Parkway guidelines that we use internally for our when we review landscape plans that are required through the commercial or the development process. Just certain things like keeping dangerous materials out of the parkway, stones, things that people might get thrown or, abused with traffic. Certain plant materials we don't want to see out there, things that are sharp and spiky and that kind of thing, danger to the public. So this is a great conversation to help us kind of hone that document to something that's a little more workable than the one we have. We got a little bit lost in the permitting levels and the various kinds of things. We wanted to provide a document that residents could, look at something and say, what can I get away with without a permit? What can I do out here without a permit? And then what kind of things might elicit a design review or a permitting process at the city. So I think we have a really good head start on that, and with specific direction that we're hearing tonight about encouraging natives. I think I hear kind of leaning away from artificial turf in the parkways, which is kind of staff preference. We haven't really been in a position to outright deny that, but certainly with the council direction, we could include that in our guidelines.
What's already damaging, it's damaging to trees.
Yeah, absolutely, right.
Within
Yeah,
the-
I mean,
if
there
it's
was
within the drip line.
just a few years ago, in an effort to save water, the state prohibited cities from disallowing it.
But
So
they've reversed that.
they've reversed that, right? So we're ready to move forward with that. We'd actually be kind of a trendsetter, I think, in that there's a lot of cities that still allow that in parkway areas. So that could be something we would certainly include a prohibition of invasive species, for instance, that competed with more native type species in parkways, things like that, along with providing informational help, pictures and plant lists and things like that might help residents. So I think
There's all sorts of references online. that we can use to
absolutely.
boost
Yeah,
this.
and I don't think we need to reinvent that. There's a
Right.
lot of good stuff out there, and maybe we just shorten the list a little bit to make it germane to
Yeah, give
our
them a simple list,
location.
but then point them to the more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Cowscape is very usable.
Yep. We've looked at that a lot, and they even have specific what to plant in the parkway pages, very, very specific to this cost. So I think we're really comfortable with coming back with something. We can debate about what's in and what's out. What do we want to say exactly when we bring it back to you? And then I think the other item on the pending legislation, which is a prohibition against irrigating these turf ornamental lawns, if you call them that, that are not used for play areas or picnic areas or things like that.
Non-functional is the term.
Yeah, so I think we should inventory our city facilities and see where that might apply, and we should start making plans for, replacement or something different. We do get a bit of a break if we have recycled water, which we don't have everywhere, but we do have in some locations. So I think that would be a good exercise for us, is to kind of do that inventory and prioritization of those kind of places. Mike mentioned the West Basin project. We're getting $4 a square foot. We've had that rebate approved. So that's over $100,000 we anticipate for that project. We probably need to put a little bit into it. Once the design's complete, we'll know more about that number, but that's something that's pending. We hope to be able to get that design finalized maybe even by the end of the fiscal year. We're hoping it's that close.
But can't we already start implementing native plants on our own projects?
We can.
I mean, do you need policy direction on that?
No,
or-
I don't think we do. I think one of the things that we talked about for our own landscape plans is starting to work this into the mix and to broaden the diversity of plants that we currently utilize, right? We've been fairly consistent. It's that whole kind of old clean and green approach, kind of mow, blow, and go. I mean, a lot of our palette has been based on that, and it's time, and I think we're now really investing in expanding that. So this strategic plan item is, starting that process for us. We don't have to wait for the guidelines for us to make installations. We have full discretion over that. We just got to make sure we're putting in the right place and in a way that's going to allow for success, and that we're.
All right. Well, that's all very helpful. If I may, Mayor, I'll make a motion to direct staff to go forward with recommendations 1 through 3 as represented on this slide.
Well, I'd like to expand 3 to include our own, as Andy mentioned, our own turf replacement in anticipation of the 2027 ban on watering. We should have a plan at least and a prioritization, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think when I say the word prepare, and that word was carefully chosen, it was to prepare to to draft the commercial ordinance that would be needed to meet state regulations, but then also for us to begin to prepare to comply with those regulations
It
as
says
an
commercial. If
organization.
it said commercial and city, I'd
No,
be,
for state commercial development purposes, we'll fall into that category. So we're going to be obligated as well.
Yeah, the statute identifies commercial, industrial, and institutionals do first, right? So we have to deal with ourselves before we can actually get to the commercial and the industrial areas.
so as long as you agree with that commercial
Yeah.
includes us.
State requirements, yeah.
All right. Well, so thank you, Mayor, for that clarification.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for putting that together. Good job. Okay, next one is city manager items. Anything tonight?
Nothing big, just want to, excitement. Two weeks from yesterday, our new assistant to the city manager, Jane Chung, will be starting. I'll do a more formal press release next week, but she has cleared background and will be Jane Chung. She'll be here soon, and have extended an offer for some administrative staff, kind of project management assistant work to help us with Measure FP implementation as well. And hopefully when she clears that process, I'll be able to make that announcement as well. So you'll see a few new faces around City Hall helping us with very critical projects.
So she's taking over Elizabeth's work?
Yes, Jane will be taking over Elizabeth's old
Previous,
role.
right.
Yes.
Okay.
Perhaps even cannabis next phase. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
Lucky her.
Elizabeth already left. It's not.
I think
it's
that's
not
on
worth it.
record, isn't that public record now?
It's going to include
Is that it?
cannabis as part of the native plant process, but.
That's all from me.
Okay, thanks. So next, jumping down to P1, we had an opening come up on the Public Safety Commission. I looked through the existing applicants that were still live and was looking, we did post for the opening and no results came in. So I'm recommending Annika Blair, who was an existing applicant and did have the Public Safety Commission as one of her picks. We would be temporarily violating we're supposed to have somebody from each district, but we've got some openings coming up this fall that we can replace for a long-term District 3 resident to fill that. Those
She's a great
openings.
choice, because she was a great commissioner.
Yes, and I talked to her, and she wants to do it. She did have some attendance outages on her previous commission, but she told me that's because of the night it was picked and that
Travels a
meeting
lot for
happened.
work,
But the night that this meeting happened, she said she can commit to, so I'd appreciate if you'd approve this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm supportive of this, and you know what, you and I talked about just making sure that we do have representation from all the districts, and I realize that this is coming up in the next 5 months. So I would be supportive of this, just recognizing that we do need to fill District 3 representation on that.
Okay, any other, sorry, still on present. Councilmember Nairn.
I just want to say that Annika Blair has been a huge community advocate for many, many years. Many years. She grew up here in Redondo Beach, loves this community, an amazing person. And I will say also, I didn't realize last September when we approved the commission seats that she was taken off. I wasn't very happy when I did find out. So I'm very happy to have her back. And she will do an amazing job. And I'm very excited to have her up there because she's going to care for what the residents care about. And that's what matters to me. So, and she's very good at working with other people. So thank you. That's it. And I'll make a motion to approve the mayor's requests.
Second.
Appointments.
Okay, motion and a second. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I see. So, and thanks for mentioning the membership. Commission shall consist of 7 members appointed by the mayor, unless otherwise authorized by city council. 1 member shall be appointed. Okay, so would it be a violation of the charter if we appointed made an appointment that wasn't from a district that currently isn't represented here, to Councilmember Kaladaravich's point. Because if it's approved by the city council, then we can do it. Is that basically it? Okay. All right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this item?
Good evening, Mayor Light, council members. I'm excited about this appointment, so I appreciate you making it. I had a chance to informally Austin Carmichael, District 5, Chair of Public Safety Commission, for which this nomination is to hopefully be approved. I'm excited. I appreciate the energy that I believe she's going to bring. I also appreciate the thoughtfulness that I think that she's going to bring to some of the questions that we have for those that present to us at the Public Safety Commission. I was a little concerned about why she wasn't reappointed to the Parks and Rec. And when I saw her interview on August 24th of last year, I only saw the only other commission that was her one was planning. I didn't see public safety as on the we're not supposed to go back and forth. We're not supposed to go back and forth. On the chart, so if you look at the chart from August that was presented to us, it only has a one next to planning, and she was wanting to re-up for Parks and Rec. So this comes a little a bit of a surprise, but having had an opportunity to watch the meetings that she did attend through 2024, and also being able to speak to her, I'm super excited about this nomination. I do think that I also just want to say, see ya, congratulations, miss you, same to you, and hopefully congratulations on your potential reappointment. I do mean that from the bottom of my heart, even though we're going to go back and forth, but yeah, so that's my feedback. Appreciate it.
And where did you meet her at informally at?
Oh,
where was I? Okay.
I was able to meet her. I had the pleasure of meeting her at the District 1 town hall, the final town hall for Councilmember Nairn.
I didn't know that pleasure in District 1 go hand in hand.
I can't do it.
So to speak.
Beyonce.
Yes.
All right, so thanks so much and appreciate the nomination. I think she's going to contribute greatly. I think she has a personal interest, being that she has family, and appreciate that you gave her to us. So thank you, appreciate it. All right, have a good night.
Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
There are no hands raised and no e-comments.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Oh,
I was just gonna, looked like you were discussing something. Was there anything different that we
I
needed
didn't see you
to?
walk in.
I heard Councilman Barrett's question, or at least part of it. It's not a charter violation because it's been taken out of the charter and put in the public, in the Muni Code. The section reads, the commission 2-9.802 membership, the commission shall consist of 7 members appointed by the mayor, subject to the confirmation by the city council, unless otherwise authorized by the city council. 1 member shall be appointed from each council district, and 2 members shall be appointed at large. I don't know if the clerk's office has kept track of which one is the representative from each district and which one are the 2 at large.
it's not on the website that way. It just says what district.
Yeah, now, if the council votes for it, the council is in effect authorizing it. But if the council wants to get a current tally to see if in fact there's 1 member from each district, you could postpone it till next Tuesday, and I'll talk to Ms. Manzano I don't know where the
Well, I already
members are
looked at
from.
it. There is no District 3 representative right now.
Okay, so.
Aim to do that the next go around, which is I think what you're trying
do.
That's what I'm advocating is October.
So it'd be okay if the council authorizes it by confirming the.
Okay. Authorizing just by voting. We don't need a motion to authorize and then to vote, just the approval.
But I think we need to have on the website so that, just like the Harbor Commission, where the mayor is making appointments and it's clear which of the different positions are being filled.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so being the District 3 council person, I support this with the understanding that we are going to do our best to fill that spot in the next appointment.
Depends on what mayor, yeah.
Right, the council, mayor and council as a whole, recognizing that that should be addressed.
Okay,
Okay.
so with that, I'll call the vote. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Let's see, referrals to staff. I do have one. I would like the city attorney's office to look at inclement weather shelters for homeless. And that is based on complaints I got when walking and recent experience when the League of Women Voters held their debate. It was a rainy day and there was a lot of homeless clogging the library, and had a lot of complaints about, people were afraid to send their kids alone to the library. So I think if we can provide inclement weather shelters, that may dissipate some of that. So if you wouldn't mind looking at that.
Not at all. As we've spoken, I do have some ideas, so.
Yes, so I would second that. I think this is a layered discussion. There's lots of moving parts, and who better would know about all of that than you? So if you have some creative ideas, I'd be open to the discussion.
And the date on which you want it returned is April 1st or later?
Next, before you leave.
Okay, we'll take a stab. It may not have a staff report, but we'll have discussion and can discuss some off the top of my head ideas that the council can weigh in on and give direction.
Okay.
The county just had that climate resiliency center thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we could seemingly get support from the county or somebody else.
It will depend. You may want to keep it local and lower scale, just to give them a alternative where students aren't present, that was designed just to keep you out of the poor weather.
Okay.
So, but you can go big if you wish in terms of getting money. I'm not advocating that. I'm advocating for the less is more. I'm just
Okay, thank you. I
reacting to
appreciate that.
Councilman Barron's facial expression, who normally keeps things I can't ever read his face. So that caught my attention.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim,
I have none, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
I have one, and that is, I mentioned, I went to ICA and talked to council members in Hermosa and Manhattan Beach, and I also talked to Mr. Witzansky. I'd love for us in the near future, to talk about a joint powers agreement with the 3 beach cities that involves buying equipment and paving roads. So at least talking about that, because there's some real money to be saved.
Yeah.
Millions and millions of dollars, and our roads will be better.
Are you talking about the asphalt zipper?
What's that?
Are you talking about the asphalt zipper?
I think that's a joke, but I'm not
Probably
sure.
other
But,
pieces of equipment.
It's
yeah.
other things, and maybe starting officer ceiling or something like that. But they were receptive. We all have money. We'll save tens of millions of dollars over the long haul.
I'll
doing
second
this.
that.
Okay. Thank you.
As long as we also discuss, well, that's a BR.
The asphalt
actually.
zipper.
Yeah, I'll get a BR on the asphalt zipper.
Okay, that's it. So that's a second.
But Councilmember Lowenstein knows that's not coming back next week. This is, he's making this referral for
No, on April 1st.
future council.
There's a motion and a second.
Special
All-
meeting.
All four?
Yeah, March 30th.
I'm good, thank you.
Are you an aye?
Oh, aye, sorry. I keep thinking, didn't we already vote on this?
We know you're good. You're just.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, I do have, now that we have replaced our flawed cannabis ordinance, I would like to make a referral to have a discussion with the new council, and there's no timing on this, but a discussion whether we want or we're ready to release RFPs for the cannabis retail shops.
Okay. What was it?
Release the request for applications.
A discussion on whether, like, we're ready for that.
What would be the timing of that? Because the ordinance isn't effective
You
for.
said new
Yeah,
council.
no new council, but no timing necessarily.
It's not even in effect yet, the new.
We have to wait 30 days, right?
Yeah, within a coastal zone as well. So it's really, it's a little bit untimely.
Well,
Referral?
Yeah, 'cause it's not in effect yet. So you get a third reading.
Well, it won't need another reading. It just won't be effective until after the 30-day.
Yeah, 30-day period, yeah.
We can plan to have a discussion after it passes, right?
After passes, yeah.
the decision would come, go ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
Yeah, you can have it any time. I heard a lot of you saying just because we're passing an ordinance doesn't mean we want to do an RFP. If I'm hearing this correct, it's like, do we want to have an RFP now that we've passed the ordinance or replaced the flawed ordinance? So like, does the council even want to do that? The new council?
Why don't we wait for the new council to vote on it?
Well, she is.
That's what I'm saying. Let's wait for the council. And then we'll have the discussion with the new council.
Yeah, with the new council, the decision would have to come back to council, though, whether to issue the RFP.
Yeah.
Why don't we just wait until why don't we wait for it to go through the process?
I just don't want to do any more cannabis votes at this point.
It's just-
Over the cannabis vote.
There's no intention to bring that vote back before the new council, is there?
No.
No?
No, that's my.
Planning not to
point.
talk
It's
about
like-
cannabis for some
Okay,
time.
well, even though that's the intention, I'll second it with the idea that any vote on whether and when to issue the RFP for solicitations on applicants would be with the new council.
That's it.
Okay, well, I second that.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
No.
So 4-1. Is that right?
Yeah, I said no.
Okay. Okay. Anything else, Councilmember Kalajerovich?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Obaji?
All right. I would like a BRR, please, on for our regular budget season on the asphalt zipper. I already had that written down. Whether its most practical uses, including whether it could spot treat the worst parts of streets like Grant Avenue, because again, we had said that we're going to get a discussion about strategies to fund the repaving of Grant Avenue, and I haven't heard one yet. And then any additional personnel or training required, the cost of maintenance, et cetera. And whether the funds could come from the vehicle replacement fund. And then another BRR, please, on.
The first BRR, if I may.
Yeah.
Not limited exclusively to the asphalt zipper, but any other
repaving, yeah.
alternatives to what we're doing now that could be cost effective, in particular with respect to Grant Ave and other places.
And of course, whether staff would recommend that kind of allocation or not.
It's great equipment, but.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah, we certainly can.
Concerns about?
Happy to explore it. Just as I mentioned to Councilmember Lowenstein when we chatted about the JPA concept, there might be some creative ways to leverage resources and perhaps reduce overall costs.
Okay.
And we can certainly provide a BRR that talks about equipment purchases. I mean, it wasn't too many years ago where we purchased the crack sealer. I want to be careful about how I say that. The asphalt crack sealer, not purchasing crack.
Say that 3 times.
Yeah, that piece of equipment
This conversation has gone downhill.
Yeah, it's getting late. Pretty heavy lift, and it was important for us to research it, and it's become a very effective tool for us. So we're always on the lookout for that, and happy to provide a BRR on possible.
Okay.
Can we also look at
Upgrades.
training and maintenance requirements?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll second that.
But this is BRR, doesn't need a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, BRR, we don't, yeah.
Also BRR, please, on Ford Avenue, the analysis, the feasibility of raised crosswalks on Ford Avenue, whether it's also even eligible for raised crosswalks, because I don't think there are any crosswalks on it right now.
Similar to what we just installed on Flagler.
The speed tables?
Those are effectively raised crosswalks and.
Okay, yeah, I haven't been on Flagler
Yeah.
yet, but Sure. And then one referral, actually maybe two. One is discussion about enrolling BCT and RBUSD in Metro Go Pass and any cost impact. So basically, the transit enthusiasts are saying that our kids, students, should be able to have the Metro Go Pass so that they could ride BCT for free.
Metro Go Pass, all right, well,
Maybe that could be a VRR. What
VRR
would be the
probably.
impact
yeah.
of enrolling BCT and RBUSD in Metro Go Pass? All right, and now I actually have a referral. So this apparel has been super popular, this logo, and people have approached us and said, hey, how can we get those? So can we have a discussion about an RFP, RFQ, RFI, issuing one for a potential licensees to license our logo or some iteration of it that's for public consumption, and then pay us like a royalty, right, for selling merch, and yeah, so we'll have more of a discussion on
Mostly
it.
does that with a regular
It's
logo.
not, right, and it's not urgent, right, so it doesn't need a huge staff report, but just like an intro to soliciting competitive.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Is that it?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if we need a referral to staff on this, Mr. City Manager. Mr. S. Contreras, and he came in earlier with the Blue Line Dog CPR, and he seemed to offer up free training, maybe receive what he may have on that for consideration.
I can tell you that I trained my dog with him and he's great.
I would make that into a motion. The way you would do that is to send his services to the Public Safety Commission, which he's a part of, for review for the services they provide. They provide amazing services to a whole litany of cities.
Okay.
And they were at the recent fires doing volunteer services. They're saving the city Torrance $200,000 a year.
And it's free?
And it's free. Yeah.
Any thoughts? Thank you for that. Any thoughts on that?
I heard the
process?
comments. We could certainly look into it. I just have to evaluate it. And yeah, if it's a referral, we can
why
certainly
don't-
bring it
why-
back as a discussion.
And to Councilmember Narenheim's point, send it to the Public Works, Public Safety Commission now, wait on that? What, do you have an opinion?
Let us probably give you a bit of a primer on it and
Bit of
then
primer.
make sure the council's aware. And then our recommendation can be to refer it back to that
Okay.
that group for consideration.
So
Do that
that
to
comes back for a
Tuesday.
discussion in the City Council.
Yes,
Yeah,
discussion
so
first
I'll
with
second that as a
council.
motion.
Yeah. And
Okay. we have
it's
a
not too
motion
much
and
on
a
the
second.
plate
All
to do
for it?
that.
Aye.
Aye.
As long as we've got time to do it.
We got
yeah.
time. Aye, thank you. Okay,
It passed.
it did.
Anything else? Councilmember Barrett, are you done?
Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, thanks. Got a lot done tonight.